Can you all hear me?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, hearing.
All right, I'm going to start. It's now 10 minutes past 2.
Yes, sir, I'm hearing you.
Okay, I want to finish the last lecture and then start and complete the final lecture. I hope time will permit us. So we want to start today by looking at hearing loss. Hearing loss is a problem that affects most of us at some stage or another. But in the working world, because some workers are exposed to excessively loud noise, um, hearing loss is very possible in those circumstances. So we're going to look at hearing loss with an emphasis on the occupational environment. So hearing loss may be mild, it may be moderate, it may be severe, or it may be profound. It can affect one or both ears, and there are some persons we refer to as hard of hearing. These are persons in which hearing loss ranges from mild to severe. Right, so we're going to be discussing the phenomenon of noise-induced hearing loss a lot this afternoon. And there are two types of hearing loss we're going to discuss as far as workers are concerned. One is noise-induced hearing loss, and the other is hearing loss due to ototoxic substances. So hearing loss is typically caused by loud noise, and hearing loss cannot be medically or surgically corrected. It may result from a one-time exposure to very loud sound or a blast, or it may result from listening to loud sounds over an extended period of time. Just to remind you of the anatomy of the ear. So we have the outer ear, the middle ear, and the inner ear. And there are various structures within the ear that enable us to hear. And there are certain problems that may result in the outer ear or the inner ear or the middle ear. So try to get familiar with the anatomy of the ear as we'll discuss it shortly. So this slide is depicting the hearing process and what could go wrong. So clearly sound enters through the pinna, passes the eardrum, the ear ossicles, the cochlea, and then the auditory nerve that transmit the sound waves to the brain for interpretation. We have a number of sensory cells here, and if they are damaged, it will look like this. So damaged sensory cells lead to hearing loss because once the sensory cells are damaged, they cannot be regenerated. And then these are what the normal sensory cells look like. So in terms of safe listening, we measure sound in terms of decibels or dB, and it's based on a logarithmic scale. And therefore, 10 decibels is 10 times more intense than 1 decibel, and 20 decibels is 100 times more intense than 1 decibel. So healthy hearing threshold is generally taken as 0 decibels. Consider that a whisper is about 30 decibels and normal conversation approximately 60 decibels. So this illustrates different devices and situations and what the approximate decibel may be. So we start with the ticking watch at 20, and as we go down, we can see the decibels are increasing. Now the standard, the permissible exposure limit for hearing of a noise is 90 decibels, and that's the OSHA standard, and the NIOSH standard is 85. NIOSH stands for National Institutes of Occupational Safety and Health, and OSHA is Occupational Safety and Health Administration. These are two US-based agencies, but their standards are adopted globally. So here in Jamaica, we use both the 85 and the 90 decibels. So the higher the decibels go, the more likely one is to suffer from hearing loss. So again, in terms of the daily permissible noise level exposure, one can be exposed to 80 decibels 25 hours without there being a problem. 8 hours shouldn't exceed 85. 2.5 hours, 90, 47 minutes, 95. So you can see that as the time you're exposed decreases, you can withstand louder noise for relatively short periods of time. But clearly for a worker working 8 hours per day, time-weighted average, shouldn't be exposed to noise in excess of 85 decibels. So noise-induced hearing loss is important because exposure to noise can cause temporary or permanent damage to the auditory system. And one thing about the ears is that they have what we describe as considerable comeback power. So if we're exposed to very loud noise for brief periods, we may experience what is called a temporary threshold shift. And so we can recover from that within 14 hours. So there are persons who may go to the disco and they leave the disco feeling a bit deaf because the disco noise levels usually exceed 85, 90 decibels. But the ear can recover from such loud noises. And so one will experience what they call a temporary threshold shift. And so we can recover within 14 hours. However, if the loud noise levels are for prolonged periods, then the hair cells of the inner ear are going to be destroyed. And so once we start to lose hearing, its progression can be halted if we avoid exposure to loud noise. So we have this temporary threshold shift I just told you about. Sometimes people may experience what we call tinnitus, all right? But they usually recover some sounds. However, for high noise level, very loud noise, for prolonged periods, more damage can be done to the sensory cells, leading to what we call a permanent threshold shift or permanent hearing loss. And once you experience permanent hearing loss, then that's it. There's no way we can use medicine or surgery to reverse that. Now, there are three types of hearing loss. One is called conductive hearing loss. The other is called sensorineural hearing loss. And the third is called mixed hearing loss, which is a combination of the two. All right? Now, conductive hearing loss occurs when there is a problem conducting sound waves anywhere along the route through the outer ear or the middle ear. So conductive hearing loss only affects the outer ear and the middle ear. All right? And this type of hearing loss may also occur in conjunction with sensorineural hearing loss or alone. All right? For sensorineural hearing loss, the root cause lies in the inner ear. So this kind of hearing loss takes place in the inner ear, where you have the sensory organ, the cochlea, and the associated structures. And sensorineural hearing loss accounts for about 90% of hearing loss reported. So it's the most common form of noise-induced hearing loss, sensorineural hearing loss, because it takes place in the inner ear where you have all those nervous or sensory organs. So for the mixed one now, you can have both sensorineural and conductive taking place at the same time. So you can have problems in the outer ear, the middle ear, and the inner ear occurring at the same time. That would be called mixed hearing loss, which is a combination of conductive hearing loss and sensorineural hearing loss. In terms of medical evaluation for noise-induced hearing loss, it is important for baseline audiogram to be conducted on workers, especially workers who are going to be working in very noisy environments. And once that baseline reading is obtained, then you should have periodic audiogram. Normal recommendation is annually. So you can see if the worker's hearing is deteriorating or it is remaining constant. All right? Once workers experience ear pain or drainage from the ear or dizziness or severe tinnitus, right, or rapidly fluctuating hearing loss, then they should be medically evaluated, right? Now, excessive earwax accumulation or any foreign body in the ear canal should warrant medical examination. Under normal circumstances, the ears are self-cleansing, but sometimes that mechanism doesn't work well, and so that may lead to an accumulation of earwax. And people their hearing could be affected or not, but if they go to the doctor, especially the ENT specialist, and excessive earwax is discovered, then the doctor will be able to remove the excess earwax. Apart from noise in the workplace, which would be the major cause of hearing loss at work, there are certain chemicals, we call them autotoxic chemicals, they can also lead to hearing loss. And they include solvents like trichloroethylene, toluene, metals and their compounds like mercury, lead, asphyxiants like carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide. You have the nitriles, and you have pharmaceutical, especially certain anti-neoplastic agents. So many workers may not know this, or in some cases, managers. So a worker could get deaf from exposure at work without being exposed to loud noise, but being exposed to these autotoxic chemicals. The problem is when we do, most times, if we're interested in hearing loss at work, hearing test is done, right? And so you could find that a worker is exposed to 40, 50, 60, 70 decibels, which is normal, but they are still losing their hearing. So what could be causing this? And it could be autotoxic chemicals. So it is important that management and workers know what chemicals they are working with. The material safety data sheet for all the chemicals should be available, because the material safety data sheet could give indication as to what is autotoxic from what is not. And in some cases, exposure to noise may be not in excess of the standard, and autotoxic chemicals can also be synergistic and accelerate hearing loss. So in the United States, they have what they call the OSHA Hearing Conservation Program. So if workers are exposed to noise on a daily basis over an 8-hour period in excess of 80, 85 decibels, then a hearing conservation program should be put in place. And this program is comprised of noise monitoring. So you measure noise levels at work, and it can be done two ways. You can have workers wearing personal noise dosimeters, and you can have a sound meter, sound level meter, which you place at strategic points within the workplace, and it will record noise exposure. So noise monitoring is important. Then audiometric testing is important if workers are exposed to loud noise, right? But you need to understand that with autotoxic chemicals, this test doesn't pick up that the noise-induced hearing loss may be due to autotoxic chemicals, right? There needs to be a clear definition of standard or permanent threshold shift. Workers should experience follow-up, and for those with serious hearing problems, they should be referred for more specialist examination and care. There should be hearing protection in the form of ear muffs or ear inserts, and workers should be provided with these, and they should be taught how to wear them. For example, the ear inserts must be properly placed in the ear to afford any level of protection. Certainly, employee education and training will be a part of the hearing conservation program. And lastly, record keeping. A record should be kept of noise monitoring, of audiometric testing, of basically everything that takes place in the program. So for noisy work environments in Jamaica, we could adopt the OSHA Hearing Conservation Program. So that's it for noise. There's much more to it, but I just wanted to cover that for you. The eyes can also be adversely impacted in various occupations, and they may result from a number of situations. So workers could experience traumatic injuries to the eyes. They could have harmful exposures that hurt the eyes. They could have uncorrected or undiagnosed ocular diseases, which could be made worse by hazards at work, eye strain and fatigue, which I thought I mentioned when we discussed what was it, musculoskeletal disorders, and there are various miscellaneous ocular complaints. So occupational ocular hazards can be broadly classified as mechanical, chemical, radiation, or any combination of the above. So for mechanical hazards, we have various flying objects. Workers can come in contact with fixed objects. They may be exposed to dust and powders and hot solids. In terms of chemicals, there are dust, there are powders, there are liquids, there are droplets, there are splashes, there are vapors, there are fumes, there are gases, many of which can cause serious damage to the eyes. And then in terms of radiation, there is glare from visible light. You can have I'm in a class. For radiation, you can have ultraviolet rays, and we know that those can affect the eyes and cause cataract, right? Or you can have any combination of the above. So there are many occupational ocular hazards that workers may experience, and if the right program is not in place, then workers could have their eyes severely damaged, if not losing their sight completely. So the main hazards are the mechanical hazards. They comprise about 70 to 80% of all work-related eye injuries. And there's a large range of severity because there's a wide range of missile size, mass, and speed that is involved. In terms of chemicals, workers may be exposed to alkalis like ammonia in fertilizers or refrigerants, lye as in drain cleaners, lime as in plaster or mortar or cement, magnesium hydroxide in sparklers, and potassium hydroxide or caustic potash, which is very, very severe on the eyes. And then you have a number of acids that workers may come in contact with. Sulfuric acid, certainly in the bauxite industry and in the battery making industry. Acids are used, so you have industrial cleaners made up of acids and battery acid, hydrofluoric acid, as in glass polishing and all of that, acetic acid, which is a main component of vinegar. And then you have sulfurous acid, which is used as a fruit and vegetable preservative and also in certain bleach. Now, there's a difference in the way alkaline substances and acidic substances affect the eyes. So alkaline solutions, they penetrate the eye rapidly by a process that we call saponification of cell membranes and they cause more severe injuries than acids of the same concentration. Remember, we have weak acids and we have strong acids. On the other hand, acids getting into the eyes cause coagulation of the proteins of the ocular tissue, and this will then act as a barrier for further penetration. So alkaline and acids have different modes of action when they get into the eyes. In the case of ultraviolet radiation, workers out in the fields would suffer from photoconjunctivitis. They could suffer from pterygia, which is a growth on the eyes, which can be removed surgically, or they may get cataract or opacities in the lens of the eye, or they could get certain retinal lesions. So exposure to UV radiation is never a good thing, especially if one is exposed over a prolonged period of time. I mentioned asthenopia, I think in a previous lecture, weakness or fatigue of the eyes. It has to do with those people who work for long periods, so at the computers or watching television. And so people complain of aching, burning of the eyes, heaviness of the eyelids, headache, and doubling of letters. These are classical signs or symptoms of asthenopia. So occupational ocular problems depend a lot on the nature of the work that is done, as well as the working environment. And the good news is that most occupational ocular hazards are preventable, up to 90%. In agriculture, it's an area that is very diverse. Ocular problems. So workers may experience direct trauma with agriculture tools. You can have vegetable or plant or organic materials hitting the eye. You can have chemical injuries by pesticides and insecticides. So when they're spraying, if they're not mindful of how it is done, and if they don't wear personal protective equipment, and if they don't spray in keeping with the wind direction and speed, then these chemicals could easily get into the eyes and cause injuries. They could also experience animal attack injury, all of that. Of course, they can be exposed to UV light, and they get all the problems we just spoke about. For industries, it's hard to think of an industry where there are no ocular hazards. And again, the main ones in industries are mechanical injury, very often flying fragments, objects, large chips, sand, dirt. And these things will happen often when people are chipping, grinding, machining, sanding, all of those tasks. Workers can also experience heat injury, which can affect the eyes, hot sparks, splash from molten metals, high temperature exposure, and these are common in furnace operations, in casting, in gas cutting, and in welding. There are a number of ocular protective devices for industry, and these can protect workers from potential mechanical and chemical injuries and also possible radiant energy damage. And these devices are available in the form of spectacles, goggles, face shields, and helmets. So you have what is called a chipping goggle. That's what it looks like. It's also called an impact cup goggle. And it's very useful involving tasks of chipping and grinding, where foreign body may strike the eye from any angle. These chipping goggles will afford adequate protection in these circumstances. They can be designed to be worn over a pair of spectacles. And the thing is, if you look back, they can have perforations or holes on the side of the goggles, right? And this will allow for ventilation that will prevent the lens of the goggles from fogging, right? So that's something to note. You can have welding goggles. How often have we seen people welding and not wearing protection, right? You can have a face shield, right? That can protect the head, the neck, the face, and the eyes from flying particles and chemicals and all of those things. So for any conceivable ocular hazard, there is an appropriate PPE available, all right? This is a chart that you can have in your office or on the phone or somewhere, and it gives you an idea of what is causing the problem, what kind of hazard it really is, and what type of equipment you would need. So clearly, if you're exposed to dust from whatever source, you should be wearing goggles or eye cup and cover types. If you're exposed to light and radiation, as in welding, these are the hazards and these are the range of things you can wear. For glare, if you're exposed to glare, that would lead to poor vision. You can use a shaded spectacle to protect the eyes. If you work with chemicals, so there's a slide or two missing. Yeah. If you work with chemicals, then you must wear goggles for protecting yourself. All right, so there are four things you can do to protect your eyes. One, know the safety dangers at work. Eliminate certain hazards before you start to work. Use proper eye protection. And you keep your safety eyewear in good condition. If it gets damaged, you replace it. And of course, there are things that employers can do to prevent injury and disease to workers. So they can ensure that engineering controls are used. They can do hazard assessment to determine what type of protection is needed for a given task. And they can also educate workers and insist that workers wear the protective eyewear on the job. All right. So far, we've been talking about injuries to the eyes. But in terms of eye diseases, that certain microorganisms can get into the eyes and cause problems. And this can happen especially in the healthcare areas. So I'm going to tell you about 10 simple ways to prevent occupational eye injuries. One is assess. So in any plant or workstation, you need to look carefully at what is happening. Inspect the work areas, study accident and injury reports, and identify operations and areas that present eye hazard. So that's the assessment part of it. Then you can do testing. Uncorrected vision problems can cause accidents, so workers should do periodic eye testing. And you can use your vision screening in your pre-placement and it can be done in pre-placement and routine physical examinations. Then you protect. Select protective eyewear designed for a specific duty or hazard. And in the US, the protective eyewear must meet the current standards referenced by OSHA. Certainly, I hope that by the time we get the ASH bill pass, then it would specify the kind of protective eyewear that should be available to workers in Jamaica. Then participation is important. So you should establish a 100% mandatory program that requires eye protection in all operation areas of your plant. And experience shows that this kind of program prevents more injuries and is easier to enforce than one limited to certain departments, areas, or jobs. All right? Then fit. Workers cannot be expected to use their protective eyewear unless it fits well and is comfortable. So we don't want workers to have any uncomfortable eye gear to wear. So you need to do kind of fit testing and you provide some means for repair to eyewear. And you need to require each worker to be responsible for his or her own eyewear. So workers should not share eyewear. All right? So that's another thing to bear in mind. Plan for an emergency. Establish first aid procedures for eye injuries. Things like eye wash station should be accessible so that if chemicals get into the eyes, can be easily washed out. You should also train workers in basic first aid. And on every shift, you should have 1 or 2 persons who are trained in first aid. Remember now that training in first aid is not a one-off operation. Usually, agencies that do this kind of training may issue a certificate for 2 or 3 years. So at the end of that time, the training has to be done again. And then education. You conduct ongoing educational programs in relation to eye protection and eyewear, and so that workers will become more conversant with what they can and should do in different circumstances. To finish off this section, just a reminder of first aid for chemicals in the eye. Should immediately flush the eyes for at least 15 minutes. If you're wearing contact lens, you should remove them before you flush the eyes. You should never try to neutralize the chemical with other substances. You should not bandage the eye, and the affected should seek immediate medical attention after flushing. For particles in the eye, you shouldn't rub the eye because this could make the problem worse. Try lifting the upper eyelid outward and down over the lower eyelid to remove the particle. If that doesn't work, you keep the eyes closed, bandage it lightly, and seek medical care. For blows to the eye, you can use a cold compress to put pressure on the eye. So you can use crushed ice in a plastic bag Cases of severe pain or reduced vision, then medical attention should be sought. And for punctures to the eye or the eyelid, do not wash out the eye. Do not attempt to remove the object that is stuck in the eye. Cover the eye with a rigid shield like a bottom half of a paper cup and seek medical attention. So these are simple first aid measures that should be put in place depending on what gets into the eye or what damages the eye. And just to conclude, majority of occupational ocular hazards are preventable. All protective eyewear have certain limitations. The proper selection of protective eyewear depends on the nature of the work, the working environment, and it helps in the prevention of potential eye hazards. Quickly, renal and urinary tract disorders. There are a number of substances that are nephrotoxic. In some cases, nephrotoxicity is proven, as in the case of lead, cadmium, inorganic mercury, uranium, and arsenic. And it's suspected for solvents, for pesticides, and for beryllium. Final word about women and work. There are several sources of occupational stress for women. They have this problem of multiple roles. They are mothers, they are wives. There are many things. Very often, women suffer more from discrimination and sexual harassment at the workplace. In the case of ergonomic hazards, they do suffer from musculoskeletal disorders. I would have told you about what's this problem in the wrist called again? Where the women have this smaller area, this is called again, where the median nerve passes, so they're more likely to suffer from compression of the median nerve, right? So in many cases, we have to pay special attention to women because they're joining the workforce, generally speaking, much later than men. So very often, the PPE that's available, while it may fit men perfectly, it may not fit women because a lot of companies may not have been making things with women in mind. So we need to pay much more attention to women. Person of pregnancy, women do get pregnancy. In some cases, they get pregnant. They may lose their job, or there are some jobs that if women do get pregnant, they need to leave for the protection of developing fetus. Lactating mothers have difficulties with breastfeeding. And there are specific occupations where women kind of have a problem: household work, hospital work, office work. And now you have more women in construction and in various trades. And you have more women now entering the field of agriculture. So we need to pay attention to occupational safety and health for both men and women, but in some circumstances, we probably have to pay a little more attention to the needs of women. All right, so I'm going to switch quickly to the final lecture so that we can complete the series.
I have a question, sir.
Please go ahead.
In terms of surveillance of occupational injuries, in a previous set of lectures, it would have come up, and there seems to be some, I wouldn't even say paucity. There seems
Someone?
to be little to no paucity, as in lack of data, lack of information regarding the incidence of certain occupational injuries across sectors. What
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know is if there is some form or there is some accessible registry, either public or otherwise, through which anyone can get information as to the frequency of certain types of injuries in certain sectors or industries, etc. in Jamaica.
Okay, that's an excellent question, and sorry to disappoint you. There is no one shop where you can get all of this information, and in most cases, the information may be very sparse, no details. I think the best data we can get for occupational safety and health in Jamaica would come from the bauxite industries.
And I'm very happy you brought that up, sir, because they are specifically the one I've been trying to engage recently as it relates to my group's case presentation. And there's little to no data on certain things. And
Well,
short of engaging the industry directly, which I
did
have
they
been
check
trying to
with the
do through
bauxite, Jamaica
email.
Bauxite Institute?
Sorry?
Did they check with the Jamaica Bauxite Institute?
Yeah, well, no, I'm in the process of communicating, emailing them, but it is to say there is no openly accessible registry where that information can
No,
be
no, I
accessed.
mean, there's no public registry with that, but they do keep very good records because you know the bauxite industries in Jamaica are an extension of the bauxite industries abroad. Their parent companies are abroad, right?
Right.
In developed countries where they are obliged to put more emphasis on occupational safety and health. I'm not saying that they would operate the same way here like they do there. Things may be more relaxed a bit here, but if you compare Jamaican entities where you can get good data on occupational safety and health, I think
Mm-hmm.
they would rank as the number one. It doesn't mean that they provide all that needs to be provided. The Ministry of Labor would have some
Not a Ministry
information.
of Labor don't have anything, sir. I spoke to someone there and I called there directly myself regarding the rate of last time injuries, and they tell me straight up they don't have that, and they're not sure how they can help me.
Okay, you check with NIS.
Not yet. So far, it just has been Jamaica Backside Institute, but I am in
Uh,
the process of checking other institutions indeed.
NIS would have some data, but you have to understand that NIS data will be based on people who actually
Report,
make
make claims,
claims,
right?
right?
Mm-hmm.
So the fact of the matter is, my brother, is that when it comes to occupational safety and health, it's almost virgin territory in Jamaica. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
sir.
the, yeah, the data the data that we should have, we don't have it. There is the failure to collect the data. And even in case where data is collected, it may not be analyzed because we are not a data-driven economy, right? This minister and that minister knows best, right? Or that agency head or the other agency head knows best. And this has been going on for a long time, right? So sometimes you hear me talking, I think I'm being very hard on the present government. No, I'm hard on our government, present and past, because things that need to be done, they don't see the need because no party look for at voters. How much votes they're going to get by putting in the system? So, so people who are being trained now in occupational safety and health will have to demand that more be done. All right. So you may have heard me saying that a lot of people die from cancer in this country, and some of those cancers may be work related, but there's no intention or to disaggregate the data and to say, okay, well, while these people die from lung cancer, we are certain that these people got it from their occupation. We are far away from that. But you're asking the right questions, just that the answers are not immediately available. So continue to ask the questions. Eventually, you yourself may start provide some of the answers. All right?
Hopefully. Thank you.
Yeah, so good luck. Good luck. Student life is not easy because people should have data, they don't have it. So if they don't have it, where are you to get it? Right? You then have to look at the international community and use what they have and then say, boy, unfortunately, we don't have comparable data for Jamaica. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, we need to be stopped doing this. I don't know when though. All right, so let's talk about occupational safety. We have been talking a lot about occupational health with an emphasis on diseases. We want to spend a little more time talking about safety in relation to injuries and possible death. All right, so the Secretary General for the ILO, this gentleman known as Juan Samavir, whatever his name is, he said there has been progress on many fronts in the world of work, but work-related deaths, accidents, and diseases are still major causes for concern. Decent work must also be safe work. And I couldn't agree with him more. Decent work must also be safe work. No matter what the work is, it can be done in a safe way, right? And it may boil down to the fact that the safest way to do that work is not to do it at all, all right? But generally speaking, there are safe ways of doing work. And we're going to explore that. So this is depicting an apparent accident. What do you think may have contributed to this accident? Based on what you're seeing, what could have contributed to this fall? Hello?
He didn't have
Yes.
anybody there with him to in case the ladder started shaking, because I see he was like trying to fetch up the paint
Uh-huh.
plus and something at the bottom looked like it loosed out. I see like some wood and a string. So I don't know if he had something trying to stabilize it and it fell. And he had no one there with him to help stabilize the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't wearing proper footwear as well. He had on a
Okay. So it could have been the slippers slipped from the ladder, right? All right, so
yes.
let's go back to the first point. If you're going to use a ladder, you must ensure that it is properly stabilized before you climb onto it. Agree?
Yes, sir.
Right, and the slippers could have contributed to it as well. What else could have contributed to it?
Normally, those ladders that stand by itself, it has like a firm piece in the middle. What I see is he has like a chain. It doesn't look like it was secure to stay stable by itself either.
All right, so the container with the paint, what could that have caused the accident?
Well, if it spilled, it could have made him slip as well.
Not make him slip, it could have overbalanced the ladder.
That's true.
Right. So, and the thing about this accident is that it was preventable, right? It was 100% preventable. And in addition, you shouldn't be painting probably without your gloves on. I don't think it's appropriate to dress as a painter. You don't paint in sandals, all of that. So there could have been other things that trigger this accident except what we have seen, right? So sometimes when you hear about an accident and when you go on the scene sometimes, unless you are trained in accident investigation, it might confuse you as to the sequence of events that led to what happened ultimately. But this is an accident could take place in a typical workplace, right? And in falling, you look at his left hand, his left elbow, that section, that joint could have been dislocated. Because you can see there that it hit the place hard, right? Yeah? All right, so let's progress. So by way of an overview, it's indicating here that studies have shown that 85 to 95% of accidental acute injuries were caused by people making one or more of these four critical errors. The mind was not on the task. The eyes were not on the task. They were being in or getting in the line of fire, or they lose balance, traction, or grip. So that may have been the one that caused this accident here. Losing balance, traction, or grip, or eyes or mind not being on the task as well. So when they made these critical errors, they're in one of four states. They were either rushing, they were frustrated, they were fatigued, or they were complacent. So when we talk about occupational health and safety, again, it refers to legislation, to policies, to procedures, and activities which aim to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all people at the workplace. We must never forget that every worker has a right to a healthy and safe working environment, which enables him or her to live a socially and economically productive life. And the responsibility for providing a safe working environment rests solely with the employer. But the workers has responsibility to help maintain that safe working environment, yes? Oh, good afternoon. So you may have seen this before, but I'm never tired of showing it because we need to understand that most occupational deaths result from workers contracting diseases at work and less from fatal accidents. So these are some statistics. We're not asking you to memorize them, but they serve to illustrate the gravity of the problem. So just over 2 million people die each year from work-related diseases. 321,000 die each year from occupational accidents. 160 million non-fatal work-related diseases per year. 317 million non-fatal occupational accidents per year. Every 15 seconds, a worker dies from a work-related accident or disease. Every 15 seconds. Every 15 seconds, 150 workers have a work-related accident. All right? So we need to understand that although many of us are not witnessing these events, they are happening, and they are happening in the country in which we live. Right? This is a global picture. but workers are dying because they contract diseases at work in Jamaica, and workers are dying because of accidents at the workplace. This table is showing the relation of fatal accidents, other accidents and incidents. And you can see that for every one fatal accident, there are nearly 70,000 near misses, about 5,000 first aid injury, about 1,200 cases in which people are absent from work for 1 to 3 days, and about 1,200 3+ days absence from work. So accidents do produce a variety of effects on workers. Some accidents, all workers need is first aid. Some cases they have to be away from work, right? And in very few cases, they die. On the right, and here we're looking at the EU, the European Union data on the right. So you can see what is happening here. 1 fatal, 27 permanent or 6 months absence, 924 days or more absence, and 1445 non-fatal reported. Right? We need to get to a stage where we can report data with this kind of precision. We are obliged to report to the International Labour Organization. But here in Jamaica, the agencies that capture occupational injury data are fragmented. The responsibility doesn't lie in any one ministry. So the Ministry of Labor does some things, the Ministry of Health does some things, the Jamaica Bauxite Institute does some things, the National Insurance Scheme does some things. We need one agency to be responsible for collecting this kind of data. And so far, we don't have it. And that gives students a lot of problems. Recently, I was looking for some data and I go on the Ministry of Health website and I was very disappointed. The last annual report published on the Ministry of Health website, I think it was in 2017. And now it's 2026. It shouldn't take so long to publish an annual report. All right? So I don't know what is going on there. Links between hazards, exposure, and work-related negative outcomes or diseases. Again, you can see what is happening. All right? Hazards at work, different hazards, physical, ergonomic, chemical, biological. People are exposed. Sometimes we're able to quantify the exposure. Working exposure time, dose response relationships. They may produce 100 diseases with 1 death. It doesn't go like this all the time. This is just illustrating that we need to have more data. This is coming from the Mines and Geology Division. Again, my friend who was asking about data, I probably could check with them as well. And this is dated injury illness experience of the bauxite alumina sector 1970 to 2006. So see, this is dated. Or you can see that from 1970, there was a peak in the illnesses or injury reported about 1973. And then since then, it has come down drastically. And since 2003, it probably start to go up again, right? But you must recall that in 1970, OSHA came into being in 1970. That is OSHA in the United States. And a lot of our bauxite companies here in Jamaica have either owned by Americans or there's some contacts. So you can see a lot of what you have seen here had to do with OSHA coming into being and the more stringent requirements required of owners and managers of companies like bauxite companies. So you can see that the injury illness rates fell dramatically between 1973 up until 2006. We are still having some injury illnesses, but nothing compared to 1970 to 73, 74, 75. All right. Again, from the Mines and Geology Division, distribution of injuries, illness by classification. So here they classified injuries, those that result in fatality, those that resulted in lost time, restricted, medical, first aid. All right. And you can see that the one that occurred more often than any other one was the first aid. Injuries requiring first aid, followed by injuries that require some medical attention. Then you have restricted, and certainly fatality is the one at the bottom. So we have not lost many people due to injuries and illness in the Mines and Geology Division. Mainly people with first aid injuries. But that was up to 2006. I don't know what the situation now is. All right. So when it comes to occupational safety, the goal is to reduce accidents and injuries in the workplace. And this can be done in two ways. You can implement a comprehensive safety and health program, and you can have control of workplace hazards. All right? But what is an accident? There are different definitions of an accident in the literature. Here we are taking an accident to be a single or multiple event sequence in which it is unintended, it's unplanned, it's caused by unsafe acts or unsafe conditions, and may result in immediate undesirable effects or delayed undesirable effects. And I want you to note this carefully because there are some accidents in which people get injured, but the extent of the injury is not apparent immediately. It may take a week or two or longer for the real effects of the injury to be obvious. All right? But basically, it's a good definition of an accident. The event sequence, which is unlimited, unintended, unplanned, caused by unsafe acts or unsafe conditions, and may result in immediate undesirable effects, like somebody breaking an arm or a leg, or dying, or lose an eye or something, and you can have delayed undesirable effects. All right? And what causes accidents? And I want you to tell me if you agree. An accident can be attributed directly or indirectly to an oversight, omission, or malfunction of the management system regarding unsafe acts by either a worker or another person, or unsafe conditions such as tools, equipment, and materials. Do you agree that whenever an accident takes place at work, it represents an oversight, omission, or malfunction of the management system? Do you agree? Hmm? Do you agree? Hello? Are you there? Are you there?
Yes, we are, sir.
You're not talking to me, man. Do you agree that if there's an accident at work, is a management system problem?
But management can put everything in place, yet the employee refuses to comply. So I'm not sure if I'm in agreement.
No, you are talking about management. I am talking about management system.
Well, yes, because the system then would takes in all the follow up and evaluation, ensuring that
This
the
is
everything is being done in the way it should be. So
right.
there would be some, yeah.
The system takes in the workers as well, right? So once there's an accident, the ultimate responsibility is something wrong with the management system. You can put things in place, but it don't work. If it doesn't work, who is responsible? It's the people at the top, right? So bear that in mind. All right, so when we talk about accidents, we can think of what we call basic causes, indirect causes are symptoms, and direct causes that result in the accident. So in terms of basic causes, it may lie within the management safety policy and decisions. It may be due to personal factors or environmental factors. And these can then lead to unsafe conditions at work or workers indulging in unsafe acts. And so you can have unplanned release of energy or other hazardous material, which will be a direct cause of the accident, resulting in either personal injury or death or property damage. All right? So so you have to understand that an accident is quite a complex scenario. Most times what people see is the end result. But if you trace back many accidents, it can go right back to management safety policy. There probably was not a safety policy in place, or maybe management had made the wrong decision. It may be due to personal factors, right? Somebody being put in charge who may not be hearing well, or may not be seeing well, or maybe himself was ill, or you could have environmental factors. It could happen because the rain was falling, right? Or other things. And that can create unsafe conditions, or workers can involve in unsafe acts. And so you can have unplanned releases or without the energy, so it can lead to a fire or other hazardous material or other things. And so you end up with an accident, which can cause personal injury or property damage. So an accident accident prevention is a management function. And don't forget that. Accident prevention is a management function that is achieved by an effective safety and health program. Right? And we're going to discuss that. Now, if we're going to establish an effective occupational safety and health program, there are 4 basic elements that should be present. One is that there must be management commitment and employee involvement. Secondly, worksite analysis must be carried out. There must be strategies for hazard prevention and control, and there must be safety and health training and education. So the 4 program elements for an effective occupational safety and health program are management commitment and employee involvement, worksite analysis, hazard prevention and control, and safety and health training. Let's look at each. So what is involved in management commitment and employee involvement? 1, there must be a worksite safety and health policy. For a program at work to be effective, it must be guided by a coherent policy. Right? So that's the first thing. So you must have goals and objectives for the safety and health program. You must have visible top management involvement in implementing the program. You don't want managers to just say, boy, I support the program. No, they must be visible. They must be visible. They must be involved in implementing the program. There must be employee involvement in the program and in the decisions that affect their safety and health. All right? So management should not just sit by themselves and come up with the policy. They should seek the involvement of employees and in some cases, the representatives of employees, aka trade unions. Again, in relation to management commitment and employee involvement, there must be assignment and communication of responsibility for all aspects of the program. The program, there must be mechanisms for holding managers, supervisors, and employees accountable. There must be provision of adequate authority and resources to responsible parties for meeting their responsibilities. So the program must have a budget. Management must provide what the budget demands. Right? Not only the authority, but the resources. And resources can be people, material, money, and other things. These are the ways in which management would demonstrate their commitment to the program. When it comes down to worksite analysis, depending on what goes on in the workplace, there is need to conduct a comprehensive baseline and periodic survey for safety and health. Meaning, you take steps to find out what are the hazards, right? You must know what is happening at the workplace. What exactly goes on at the workplace? You need to do a survey and do it periodically to determine safety and health concerns or needs. You need to analyze planned and new facilities, processes, materials, and equipment. So if you're going to build a new facility, or you're going to incorporate a new process or use new materials and equipment, then a comprehensive analysis should take place, because new equipment may bring new hazards, new materials may bring new hazards, new processes may bring new hazards. So all of that needs to be known, right? And then you must perform routine job hazard analysis. In other words, within the plant, you're going to look at each job category. And you're going to say, what are the hazards that are associated with this job? It is only when you know what the hazards are relative to a particular job that you can put in place the right mechanisms to deal with those hazards. So this is part of worksite analysis. Also, there should be regular site safety and health inspections. In large companies, you can have an internal person whose responsibility this is. So many workplaces may have a safety officer. Some might not have it, but while the person may not be called a safety officer, you need somebody to do site safety inspections. Of course, these inspections should also be done by external forces. So as part of the worksite analysis, a Ministry of Labor may send their inspectors there, or a Ministry of Health, and based on the report they produce after the site visit, will give you an idea if anything is wrong, and if so, what can be done about it. All right? You also need, as a part of worksite analysis, a reliable system for employees without fear of reprisal to notify management about apparent hazardous conditions and to receive timely and appropriate responses. In other words, if workers know or feel that working in this station is harmful to them, they should be able to report it to management without management taking any action against them for doing that. All right? Also, if an accident occurs, there should be a thorough investigation so that the causes can be determined and means of prevention identified. Also, as a part of worksite analysis, you're going to generate data, people who receive injury or people who are ill. You should analyze that data to see if there's any trend developing over time, right? So that you'll be in a better position to develop preventive methods. So all of this is part of worksite analysis. You must record all incidents and accidents and near misses. All right? And over time, you analyze them, and you may find that, you know, the accident rate in Department A is worse than in Department B. So a lot of companies have data, but they may not be analyzing it. And there are messages, there are stories to be told when you do analysis of data. So this is an example, a trend analysis. Here we have accidents by department. So within this company, Department 111 contributes to 42% of the accidents. Department 116, 25%. Department 120, 13, and so on and so forth. So you can see at a glance which departments are contributing to most accidents. You could also do another pie chart to show injuries by department. And you could find that even though Department 111 contributes to 42% of accidents, it could be Department 120 that is contributing to most injuries. So by doing a series of analyses, you can determine if any trend exists. And of course, you are going to be focusing on the department or departments that present the greater challenge to the company. So it's not good just to know the number of accidents in the company, because if you have different departments, the number of accidents may not be equal in each department. And so you need to disaggregate the data so you can see if there are any trends. The third component of the comprehensive occupational safety and health program is hazard prevention and control. So this is where you're going to apply the hierarchy of control, right? And you know that the hierarchy of control starts with elimination at the top, then substitution, and then you have engineering, controls, procedures for safe work, personal protective equipment, administrative controls. So based on the hazards you would have come up with, you then see how they could be addressed using the hierarchy of controls. It also include facility and equipment maintenance, planning and preparation for emergencies, right? Establishment of a medical program. The company can afford that, right? And then finally, you have safety and health training and education. So employees should be able to perform job tasks in a safer manner. Supervisors should be able to do hazard recognition and control. They should be able to reinforce employee behavior. And managers will be responsible for the safety and health program, right? So all of that is important. So just to recap briefly, this comprehensive occupational safety and health program should start out with management commitment and worker involvement. Then you have worksite analysis. Then you have hazard prevention and control. And then you have training and education, right? How much does an accident cost? That's a very good question. Insured, right? So if there's an accident, maybe the company has to pay workers' compensation premiums. In terms of indirect costs, the company may close down, but in some cases, you have to pay wages for workers not injured. But because the company is closed down, they may still have got to be paid. Wages for supervisors, managers, technical staff, and accident-related activities. Decreased output of injured worker, so the company is going to be losing, that's a cost. Training costs for replacement worker. If workers are out sick and new workers have got to be brought in, they may have got to be trained. That's an added expenditure for the company. Overtime wages for makeup production, right? So you may have to employ more overtime so you can meet your production targets. And in some cases, they can lose because of lost production. Right? So depending on what the accident was, it may be a fire that got to the complete building, or it may be a fire just affect a certain section of the building. All right, so it depends on what the accident was. Then you can look at the likely costs. So accident prevention should be, so the already is a management function, right? And it can be based on a number of strategies. So you can base your prevention on frequency, I mean the number of injuries you sustain, or the severity of the injuries, or the cost of the injuries, or you can do a risk analysis and consider the likelihood that the event will occur, and so on and so forth. There are different accident prevention strategies. But there are two I want to elaborate on a bit. One is called a reactive accident prevention strategy. And with a reactive accident prevention strategy, you literally wait on at least one accident to occur. And based on what took place, you then identify preventive actions, right? So the accident occurs here, you do an investigation, you analyze the data, and based on the data, you put preventive action in place. This is reactive, and it is widely used in industries, but it is not optimal. It's not the best. It's not the best approach to take. You don't sit and wait for an accident to happen, and based on that, you do what needs to be done. You need to be more proactive. So the proactive accident prevention strategy is preferably, because with this strategy, you're trying to keep accidents from occurring the first time. It is much more sophisticated, but at least it is less commonly used because it may incur greater expenditures of time and money and everything, right? So the way this accident prevention strategy works is that within the company, within the workplace, you do an analysis of potential accidents that could take place. And having done that analysis, you then put a preventive program in place. And the aim of this preventive program is to try to prevent an accident from occurring the first time. In reality, you could still do all of this and an accident still occur. But in the main, it is a much better system because you anticipate what could happen and you put a plan in place to prevent it happening. Then the likelihood that an accident will take place is much less than when you did nothing but you continue to operate until one day an accident happened, and then you investigate and put control measures in place. So the proactive accident prevention strategy is preferable to the reactive one, right? And if we are in occupational safety and health, and we are called upon to recommend accident prevention programs, then clearly we should go for the proactive one. Now, risk management is important in the workplace, right? It's very similar to the proactive accident prevention strategy. Because the first thing I want to do is identify what the hazards are. You assess the risk and then you implement proactive measures to control and reduce them. And by now you should know what a hazard is. In terms of the workplace, is there anything that could cause harm, chemicals, electricity, working from ladders, etc., etc. And so workplace hazards include those that are mechanical, those that are electrical, walking or working surfaces, fire, and all of that, right? Again, this approach you can use to identify the hazards, you apply the control, you review the effect, you assess the risk, right? It's always important to be proactive. So all over the world, safety programs have evolved. And one thing that stands out is that most workplace accidents are caused by human error, right? And safety programs are aimed at eliminating accidents and injuries. And so for this to be achieved, safety programs must incorporate a specific accident prevention policy. And this slide speaks a lot to this policy. It's very, very important that every company has this policy, right? Which ties the company's commitment. You have like a safety committee. You have to say how members are selected, what are their responsibilities and authority, and all of that. Very similar to the how I describe the comprehensive occupational safety and health program. The question of accident investigation is important because the aim of an accident investigation is to determine exactly what caused the accident and how it can be prevented, right? The aim of an accident prevention is not to apportion blame or to punish people. But in many cases, that is what companies use it for. And so workers who saw what happened may not necessarily tell the truth because they could be penalized, right? Once you're investigating an accident, the aim is to prevent a recurrence. So you're going to have all kind of things taking place, safety training, inspection, all those things we spoke about already. PPE, warn about violation of work rules and disciplinary actions, workers' compensation, emergency stations, whether first aid, eye wash, showers, all of those things would be a part of it. What companies need to also emphasize is the need to put a stop to repeat accidents. Because in some companies, there is a repeat of some accidents. So one accident should be considered bad enough, but when the same accident occur over and over, you have to act quickly and decisively to put a stop to the mistakes that lead to repeat accidents. So you have to try and break the chain of repeat accidents as a priority in any workplace, because an accident can cause injuries, sometimes fatalities. It can affect production and morale. It can damage equipment and structures, and it can cause fear and stress among employees. And of course, repeat accidents will multiply the damage. So you need to put a stop to repeat accidents. So what can you do to stop employers from making the same mistakes that lead to repeat accidents? No more things can be done at the workplace. You can set a goal, right? So your goal should speak to not having repeat accidents. You determine the steps towards this goal. So then you have to create increased awareness, additional training. You have to step up supervisory oversight. You may need to change procedures or equipment, right? And whatever you do would depend on your investigation of these accidents. As a company, you need to communicate priorities clearly, make certain employees know the goal and the step required to reach it, and how important it is to eliminate repeat accidents. So, do promote an accident-free culture, recognize and reinforce safe performance, emphasize hazard detection. But as a company, you shouldn't send mixed messages to employees. You shouldn't use discipline without offering help. And you shouldn't lecture to workers. When you lecture to workers, it goes through one ear and come out through the other ear, right? You want to engage your workers actively in their own safety performance. In other words, you want to create a better safety culture among the employees. Don't blame. So even if the worker makes a mistake, blaming the worker won't solve the problem, right? And this issue should be why the issue should be why the employer made the mistake and how to fix it, so that he or she doesn't repeat the mistake that leads to another accident, right? Assume the worst. Don't give empty pep talks. Actions speak louder than words, so you need to back up your encouraging words by making real safety improvements in the company. In many companies, they have what is called continuous safety improvement. In other words, you cannot reach a certain level of safety and be satisfied with it. You might become complacent. So when it comes to safety improvement, it must be continuous. No matter how safe you think this thing is, you probably can't improve it and make it much safer, right? So in your continuous safety improvement, you'd want to identify those jobs that have the highest risk of accidents. You want to identify employees who are involved in repeat accidents, right? You want to deal with human factors such as safety attitudes, skills, work habits, and fitness, and job-related factors such as workspaces, PPE, workload, tasks, procedure, and equipment. These are areas in which you can, yes, you can do improvements on. Come. Here. Magna class. Yeah? Yeah, teach. Right, so job-related factors such as workspaces, PPE, workload, tasks, all of these things are areas that would lend themselves to continuous improvement. So I want to end with a few slides and just to show you what may be wrong and what may be right. So applying pesticides, you need appropriate PPE. You can't be applying pesticides barefooted in shorts, no sleeves, no respiratory protection, right? And if you notice, this person may be spraying into the wind, so you see the clouds coming back to this person. So this person is doing it the wrong way. Over here, you have your right respiratory protection, your right PPE, you're dressed appropriately, so you wouldn't be exposed to the toxic fumes of the pesticide. What is wrong here? Do you see anything wrong here?
The chemical, whatever kind of chemical that is,
Uh-huh.
it's right in her breathing zone, and it's right over her food.
All right, so you know one of the law, you mustn't eat where you work, right? Because this thing, it appears, it is opened, you can see that, and it appears to be a volatile organic chemical, and you have things coming out of it, which is, she's breathing it as she eats, so it is contaminating the food. So it's always a bad idea when you work in certain industries to eat where you work, because that is one way in which you could contaminate your food and it could cause a problem. All right? What are the hazards here? What are the hazards here?
Something related to ergonomics.
Tell me what, yes, you're right.
The placement of the hand looks problematic. The
Mhm.
person is also right up against the table, so maybe something is off with the chair she's sitting on, if she's sitting on a chair or he's sitting on a chair.
You notice her, she has no back support.
Exactly, right.
She has no back support. She is looking at the computer screen at an angle.
Mm-hmm.
She's multitasking. She's typing and she's on the telephone at the same time. Right? So
Yeah.
that's not good. Ergonomic hazards.
That's a standard though, sir, but agreed.
That's a what?
I'm saying that's a
Multitasking, sir, is a
the
standard modus
multitasking is a
operandi.
standard.
Well, that is true, but workers need to realize that is not good for their own health. Right? It's amazing how some workers do come under pressure to produce more and they comply. Even though they complain, they still comply. Yeah, I tell you all along that the greatest stress for any adult human being is workplace stress. And it's true. All right, what is happening here now? Apparently she's cleaning up a spill, right? Yes?
Yes,
Yes,
but she's
sir.
also making the spill worse.
All right. That container there, it doesn't appear like it is water spilling on the floor, right?
It
Mm,
looks more like
It looks more like a chemical.
a chemical,
yes.
right?
So whenever you have a chemical spill, one of the first you do, if you can, is to prevent the spill from continuing. So what you should have done first is lift the container to stand on its bottom. So the spill things would have been spilled on the floor, but you would stop the spilling from the floor. You understand me?
Agree. And cover it.
And she
Agree.
is barefooted, right?
Yes.
And her feet are in that thing there.
Mm-hmm.
And why, I mean, you can cover the spill, but why are you squeezing out the things? Was that chemical?
Mm-hmm.
You're exposing yourself to the chemical. So there are so many things wrong here. But people do these things, you know. People do these things without realizing. The first thing you should have done is take up the container and prevent the spill from continuing. Right? But anyway, again, pouring hazardous chemical.
I'd say
They
so.
put,
A big part of that is not just not it's recognizing the danger, because considering what I have seen in terms of patients who have had occupational exposures or even home exposures to certain chemicals,
yeah, it
they
could be in
they
the home.
right, and they think, oh, it's just paint thinner.
oh, it's nothing. They don't, a failure to recognize the potentially, you know, harmful effects of these chemicals is a major factor in the person's, lack or disregard for certain proper procedures when cleaning up these chemicals.
And in this case, it would have been more appropriate to use a mop if you have to clean up the liquid than a piece of cloth that you're going to squeeze out and come back to mop up some more. I mean, it looks archaic, but it could still be happening somewhere around the world, if not in Jamaica. Pouring hazardous chemicals, one has to be careful. You don't want to be pouring it and some spilling out on you like on the left, right? So you're going to need your PPE. You can't be pouring hazardous chemical with slippers. Yeah, you see on the right, the person is well dressed for the purpose. Any problem here? Any hazard here?
Yes, sir. This looks very risky, because the roads aren't particularly smooth. There's a lot of foot traffic and vehicular traffic, and those juices aren't light. So if it jerk too much or anything, they could always roll back or toss back and cause injury. Or he's not secured to the cart, so he himself could be tossed off it, and that's just the start.
Yeah, and he has a passenger, right? He has a young
Right,
passenger.
the passenger can be, injured.
He has a young passenger, right? So in case of an accident, not only would the liquor fall off, but the young man there could be injured. Remember, even though these handcars are built, they have a braking system, right? They have a braking system that you would stand
I,
and
I,
to.
I always figured you have to use your own foot as a brake. I didn't know they have ability. I thought
No,
your
man,
foot was the
there's a
brakes.
rubber piece over the wheel. So you step on the rubber piece and it squeezes down onto the wheel and stop the wheel. You couldn't just put your bare foot on the wheel like that. It couldn't work. You lose your foot bottom. Yeah, man, they have a piece of rubber over the wheel and you step on the rubber
Okay.
and that's the brake. Right? But again, these things are taken for granted in all the major towns in Jamaica, and they do contribute to problems. Right? They damage people's vehicle and in Kingston, I think they were trying to license them in Kingston. I don't know what came of that. All right.
There was a lot of pushback on that, if I recall. That never came to fruition at all.
What's the problem here?
He could easily fall off.
Of course, the car part could easily fall off. Right? You see, police stop you and say, no light on at the back. Look on the vehicle. One side not have no light. Right? You see that?
We do,
Yes, sir. I
sir.
see.
Yes, yes.
The police stopped me in the morning, about 6 o'clock in the morning, going to the market, and him look and going back and say my license plate light not working. So I said, well, I wasn't aware of that, and I will fix it. And he says an offense. So he gave me a ticket for that, $6,000. And I said, okay, my brother, today for me, tomorrow for you. God, that was wicked.
That
Right?
and points off your license as well.
Yeah, that no man, the government business no points for a license, money they want. So they're not implement that part of traffic law, they're not suspend nobody license. You know so what is happening now? Money they want, so they say from 2018, then they might give you a chance to come pay your money. So a lot of those people should be in prison now, so you can be have the law not enforcing it. Why should somebody owe 100 ticket and then go to prison and pay some heavy fine for that? I mean, owe a little money and I don't know. Anyway. The system favors the lawless, right? I get a ticket now, I want to go pay it. Man have 100 ticket and I sweat. And then we give him an amnesty. Something all right, something all right. Anyway, this is a famous picture, you see?
Sorry, sir, about the picture before.
Uh-huh.
What about considerations to like the absence of the caution tape. So obviously the vehicle is stationary, it's not moving. So I mean,
this
you know,
vehicle, this
the
vehicle,
this one that we're looking at, it's not moving.
it's not moving, but you think it's that the police comes down, that's all?
No, but that's what I'm saying, sir. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying, that he's wearing protective gear, which suggests that it's some kind of a crime scene and the bike is in the way.
No, I
So I'm
think it
saying, shouldn't
happened.
they have some more security things in place, caution tape or something, just to keep their side of things safe?
No, I think this was was this during the COVID? No, it wasn't COVID. I think there was a time when there was some emission from our workplace in Kingston, and I guess they were they were either going to or coming from doing the investigation, and they stopped to talk. Apparently, this policeman on the bike, they're having a conversation in the highway, which I think is wrong.
Crazy. I thought it was a crime scene, so I'm just put the bike in the middle of the road just like that.
To block the road.
Oh my God. Okay.
But you notice him not on light on the right hand side, right? No, this one now is a classic, right? There was a problem. I think it was at the General Post Office downtown. There was some fumes. They had to evacuate the building, blah, blah, blah. And here we had a minister of government and a minister of state were going. There's a chemical leak, And you see what they were wearing? Dust
But sir, we
mask.
know that this was for show on the cameras, sir.
No, it was for sure. It was done in ignorance, right? They thought that they were going to this place and need some protection, but they didn't realize that you don't wear a dust mask to protect against a chemical, right? Dust mask is for dust.
Right, sir. So they wouldn't have even had the
But they should be
presence
advised,
of
by
right.
whoever, right? So if it was a toxic thing, the Minister Powell and this man and the police would have been killed. So if you're going to respond to those things, you must be appropriately protected. You can't wear a dust mask if it's a gas being given off in a state. You don't know what gas, but it's chlorine gas. All right, so this was a classic photograph. And of course, I apologize for this one. I apologize to the ladies in the group. It says a new seatbelt law. I don't agree with it, but I saw it, so I'm just sharing it, all right?
Okay.
And there's a video here that I don't know if it is still on YouTube, but if it's there, I would ask you to watch it, right? So this takes me to the end of our discussions. Next week we have the visit to the water place, and we have the visit to the battery factory coming up, and we have organized the panel discussion. And given the size of the group, everyone must be present at the panel discussion. It's going to be online, so shouldn't be a problem, right? But we want everybody to be present because it should be a good panel discussion. All right. So I'll see you on
Yes,
Wednesday.
sir.
I'll see you on Wednesday. All right.
Just to confirm before you go, sir. Wednesday, what time?
It's either 8:30 or 9:30. I'm going to ask Mr. Suppleton to send out a reminder. It's either 8:30 or 9:30.
Okay, and is there parking there, sir?
Where? No, I need to talk. Normally, when I'm going to visit, the program should provide a bus.
Oh, so a bus is going to take us.
That's what I'm going to talk about, which means that no, we wouldn't want her to drive, go on the compound because they may not have parking space for that. So it's best you come and park at the department and we travel in one vehicle. I'll talk to Miss Prince about that.
Oh, so
All
so we can aim to get to the department and be ready to go. Get there by
right.
8
I'm
and
going
be
to
ready.
ask Mr. Sappleton to send out the date. Not only the date, the time. So everybody will be aware.
Okay.
All right. So
Okay, sir.
I'll see you on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
So Akeem, we have Mr. Sappleton after this at 4:30.
I think we're let me check back the schedule because I think that would have been it for today. OCC. So March 5, occupational health, hazardous physical occupation disorders by system. Oh, we would have moved forward. So um
My
yeah,
own says occupational health whole day.
Right,
right.
yeah.
I think that's it. I think that's it for today.
Oh.
Well, don't quote me on that. I say
The
let's check back
timetable
in.
says it goes up until 9, so we need to
9, exactly.
confirm.
So
Yeah,
I
so
was
I think
like,
he's coming after this, so we can engage him on that.
okay.
Um, but the field trip says 9 a.m. to 12 noon, but there's nothing on the schedule that speaks to transportation.
Mm.
So we definitely need to clear that. But I'd say we just hop back in by 4:30
At
and check.
4:30 and see. All
Yeah,
right.
and if
No
not, then
problem.
later on I can at least send him an email
Mm-hmm.
because then our next class would not be until
Next week.
next week, which is the 12th. No, it's not
Mm-hmm.
the 12th. It's the 11th. The 11th is the first trip, and then the 13th is the second
13.
trip. Right.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So yeah, let's just jump back in at 4:30.
All right, cool.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, we have a little bit of a way to go. We have to look at well, first I want to thank Dr. Scarlett for accommodating the change and you for going along with it. It was always easier for me to go from now till later. Um, so I would have to be in a work setting, then a home setting, and vice versa. It was always kind of easier. So thank him for that. We have to look at occupational health programs, and then we are going to be looking at physical hazards, which well, no, it's true. It used to be noise, but with the importance of radiation, what's actually having an authority now, which doctors, dentists, and so on have to abide by. I thought it was important to introduce radiation, so I've done that maybe 2, 3 years running, and so that time I would have to spend on noise. We're kind of almost splitting it, but it is such that we're able to do it and to go through. So we'll see how best we run all three of them. And we're going to start with the programs. So if I could get going, which is it? Mm, So we'll start looking at occupational and safety programs. And we have confirmation for next Wednesday at the commission. They have accommodated the change, so we're quite okay with that.
Okay,
Right.
sir,
So
that's good.
yes, right. So it should be about 9:30 next week. So
Night. Okay, just to not to belabor it, just to quickly confirm, sir, if it's in terms of the transportation, because it had come up a few minutes ago, is it that
mm,
we are expected we each drive there to the location on our own in our own vehicles, or in terms of arrangements, we await, if possible, an arrangement to be made for transportation?
I think what I'm used to is normally everybody just get there. I don't know if there's any um other means, because I'm not faculty per se, so it's difficult for me to
Okay.
arrange that. I'd have to say to Miss Prince if this is possible. But it seems to me as if the understanding and the trend is that person will just find their way.
Okay. All right. So be present at 9:30 a.m. at NWC Wednesday.
Right, at Mona treatment plant.
Mona treatment plant. Sorry. Right.
Right,
That's
that's
correct.
that's that's right beside Mona's high school.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yeah. All right. All right. So the objective of this particular lesson is to be able to identify the key pioneers in development of occupational health services. We did look at some of them in the introduction, which we'll see again, and probably a few more. And then to look at justification for having occupational health programs, to be able to describe and discuss the goals of these programs, the key components, the importance, especially of the relationship between occupational health physician and industrial hygienist. That's a very important, very important role. I don't know if you hear about, especially in the developed world, so the doctor has to tap into the industrial hygienist a lot of times to understand what's going on in the work setting and to assist some diagnosis, which can be fairly difficult to do. Right. So the philosophy, we saw that already, that, that this came out of OSHA 1970. For sure, as far as possible, every working person, safe and healthy working condition. In a sense, it's a synopsis of what you call the general duty clause, which means the employer has a duty to provide an environment that is free from recognized hazard that would cause or causing or likely to cause death or serious injuries. And so even if there is no particular standard covering a thing, anything, the employer is still liable to provide a safe working environment. So you can't say, yeah, well, you didn't put up a standard for this. That is not a defense. Right. So the emphasis on prevention and the ecological approach to health and well-being, as we can see from um, this diagram, which was adapted from some presentation, as you'll see in some conference long ago. But it's basically saying that not so long, in Costa Rica in 2005, but it's saying that the health and well-being of persons, the community and so on, there are quite a factors feeding into that to achieve a maximum health for individual and the groups and communities. So it's looking at the whole biosphere and all biological, economic, the whole geophysical construction of the earth and so on, political culture. And we know that all of these things affect from the decision that politicians are making, whether or not people can have NHF or national health insurance, to paying in the hospital, all of these things. And, within the environment itself, what you do, garbage collection, how people live, and so on. So it's a whole holistic approach. So the beginning of occupational service, which is kind of good to know. I remember somebody asking a professor this about occupational course in Sweden, which was my first real paper course, having done all of the practical and understanding occupational health before the paperwork. This ash thing, how is it? And then he went into all of this. It was quite edifying to me as well. Right, but Hippocrates, 4th century, recognized lead, as we mentioned before, the toxicity among miners, and then 500 years later, before bladder mass, derived from pigs, was used to control the dust. But you see, even from then, people were understanding the risk and trying to do something about it. And then Paracelsus, he went on now to put out a guideline for metal toxicity from the 16th century and came up with the notion that everything is a poison. It is the dose that makes it the difference and, distinguish a poison from a remedy. And we know that because the same thing that is used to treat can be used to kill. Right. So, Ramazzini, disease of tradesmen, so he was interested in finding out how you came up with this disease, what is the work you are doing, and he's therefore recognized as the father of occupational medicine. Occupational medicine, I think Hippocrates might be the father of medicine. And Percival Pratt looked at occupational cancers among English chimney sweeps, and they actually came with an act from in the 1788. They were coming down with cancer based on um, the work that we're doing. And then Charles Tackrash Thackeray developed the first book on occupational disease in England back in 1897. I saw before that Alice Hamilton initiated the whole industrial hygiene practice in the USA. Again, she was focusing on the dangers of trade. So this occupational health and safety thing is not new. It started a long time ago. Right. So the occupational environment health, as we know, is a multidisciplinary approach. Almost everything feeds into it. And as safety persons, we know there's a little bit of law, economics, medicine, engineering. In fact, sometimes people from these disciplines are surprised when we have to carry them through the various standards, engineering and all that. And we're telling them that because they're an engineer, pay attention. You're not going to pass this exam. So diagnosis, treatment, prevention, and control of disease, injuries, and other adverse health conditions resulting from hazardous environmental exposure in the workplace, in the home, or the community. So the justification for ASH programs continuing, we know from ILO stats as recent as 2024 that 3 million or more persons are dying from work-related accidents and diseases every year. The majority of that is from workplace-related diseases, but because that is more silent, is not seen. The 330 deaths from accidents are more highlighted. But the occupational disease, they cause a lot of suffering and loss in the world of work, a lot of suffering. And a lot of time, sometimes people, after they leave work, it happens. Some during the course of work, some barely make it out. I've seen it. Occupational or work-related diseases remain largely invisible, which is what we are saying, comparing to the more traumatic and dramatic accident, even though they kill nearly 6 times more. So of the estimated 6,300 deaths that occur every day, 5,500 are caused by work-related diseases. So you see the importance of occupational health in the workplace. Right, so some examples here. A middle-aged man tells his orthopedic surgeon that he's totally disabled from chronic back pain, which he attributes to many years of heavy lifting as a construction worker. I saw that within my work. The gentleman bailing water from excavation bucket daily does it, and then he lost his back. When he comes to I came to the health place, right on the floor, wants to lie. Painful to see. So, as safety persons, physicians, and so on, we have to be proactive, have to catch it, nip it in the bud or even before it starts. So the wife of a former asbestos worker asked her physician whether she can receive compensation for puerile mesothelioma. She has developed, presumably as a result of having washed her husband's work clothes for many years. So this is a take-home exposure. And as I think I had mentioned, in the US, they tend to sue for mesothelioma with asbestos because it's the only one. Even though there can be lung cancer from asbestos and from other things, you see the silicosis and so on, the mesothelioma is indicated with really the asbestos. So they don't lose those cases. That's what they would go for in the lawsuit. Right. No, I put this in here because I would have put it in, as I mentioned, lifting before and person losing the back. I would have put it in ergonomics. I don't remember why, but I'd forgotten and put it here and it stayed here. But basically, it's a lifting equation that now is developed as a guide to a safe lift. So basically, what it does is calculate a lifting index, which is probably the only thing you would want to know from this. What we mean by a lifting index is the weight that the person is lifting over the recommended weight limit. So you take the actual upon the recommended, I get a lifting index. So it give an indication of the risk. If it's below, if it's one or below, it's all right. You want to keep it below one. If it's more than one, mean the lift is too heavy. So basically that is it. You want to get a lifting index, one or less, preferably less than one. So how it's calculated basically, which you really don't have to know. But since I tell you about it, I'll just put this here for information. They take it by looking at the load constant, which is 51.51 pound, times some horizontal multiplier, vertical multiplier. Well, the horizontal multiplier is really the distance of the hand out from the body, measured to like the midpoint of the ankle. So how far the hand out is before you. The vertical multiplier is really the distance of the hand from the floor, and the distance multiplied DM would be the distance through which you move the load. The asymmetry is like the shape and so on, the frequency of the lift, and same is the coupling. So they are explained here, but I say it just nice to know that if you talk about the lifting index, you know how it comes about. But for now, all you would want to remember or know is that a lifting index is really um, the weight, actual weight upon the recommended. And ideally, you want to be below one for lift to be safe. Right. So I think we had looked at already at the whole scope of occupational health surveillance of persons within the workplace, monitoring employees to detect any sign work-related illness and injuries and so on, provide cure, so whatever services can be provided. Some big companies will provide some better service than others. Some will probably just have a link with a physician or a health center, but whatever means, general health service again, um, which would really be specialized multidisciplinary care. Surveillance at the current work environment. So the whole inspection and checking of the work environment regarding hazards, primary prevention and so on, collecting whatever data is necessary. Also looking at future work environment as we see now more remote work, more online type work, what is the ergonomics, a lot of that came up during COVID where persons, enjoy being away and being able to go online. But what about the amenity, the facility? You have a proper desk and chair, working in their bed and their elbows and so on. So there's a lot to do there, and to look and see how proactive that can be integrated, with technological advancement and this type of thing, what kind of support, mental and otherwise, for hybrid work models. Some people came back from COVID with a lot of mental anguish and issues as well, some of which is probably still going on. So the whole advice on hazard control, putting what is necessary in place from the safety perspective, the industrial hygienist, the physician, and so on. And of course, the whole era of health education and health promotion. Prevention is better than cure. So if those things can be in as a priority, set up a work program, um, some companies will pay for. I know some time ago the Ministry of Health used to run wellness programs. I suppose when they had funding, they were running it. Just coming after the whole HIV focal um, persons, they used to run a lot of program, Biggest Loser, and people drinking juice and water, and a lot of stuff had gone on there. But like everything else, when the funding has ceased, it stops. And then company now to bring in a consultant to say, let us maintain or set up a program. Sometimes it's not so easy, but it will be worth it in the long run. But getting them to understand that it is actually worth it sometimes isn't all that easy. Right. So the key components of a program, you want to have primary prevention. So the industrial hygiene component, the whole see if the person going through to check, see that the noise, the dust, the chemicals, all those things are acceptable and persons are not overexposed. And there's a secondary component where persons affected would be, their exposure would be identified and you want to prevent further exposure. So the medical surveillance at that point. So yeah, this person seems to be um, losing lung volume or someone in the ear or whatever it is that is a problem. I work with the hygienist to halt and to prevent further exposure. And of course, tertiary prevention is to provide the prompt medical treatment, manage the medical care, and expedite return to work. So a person can get back to productive work, fairly good condition. Of course, some people never get back. They go to medical board and um, that is it in terms of certain kind of work, in bad cases. But in regular um, care and treatment and sign off and get back should be possible. And of course, the management system to ensure the necessary documentation is available and accessible to evaluate the program effectiveness and to implement improvements. So the management system could be looked at like this, the whole occupational health and safety management system, which is, that's it. We're all aware at whether you're a physician, public health, safety, industrial hygienist. The whole aim is to have the environment conducive to work, which is not hazardous. So if we look at ISO, the plan, do, check, act system. So of course, if there are policies in place, those can form the background, the framework within which goal and objective, person can plan. So what they want to achieve. Then after planning, you have to implement whatever is planned. And then you have to check how well it is working, whether there's need for corrective action, some improvements. Then there's some management review to see what has happened with everything and again put in place improvements. So the whole thing is a continual improvement process, and that's basically what the ISO system is based off. I suppose this have come from there. And the possible levels of service, as we said, medical surveillance. So there's preventive care, screening, early detection of diseases, and of course there's health promotion. So you're telling persons not to do X, Y, or Z, or to do X, Y, and Z, in order not to um, come down with some problem. Of course, there has to be treatment now, because they can need acute care, whether for injury or diseases, and then there would be disability management. Sometimes temporary disability, those result in lost time from work, and of course, you can also have permanent. And both temporary and permanent can be partial. So at least the occupational medical program should address the minimum regulatory standard requirement. Right. So even if person don't have the money to go overboard, um, at least the minimum things that regulation call for should should be in place. But then we know sometimes not even those are in place. So persons have to decide it for compliance, and um, if there's not the system, then they get away with it. So the goals of a typical occupational safety and health program would be first to protect employees from work-related health hazard and safety hazard, as we know, um, to promote and prevent. So you want to go a little bit beyond compliance. And you want to encourage this even among the workers themselves. So just don't look at compliance, which is um, just a regulatory thing. You want to become a safety citizen, so to speak, and go to the extent that you are getting involved and promoting and saying to your fellow coworker X, Y, and Z. Because if there's one unsafe person within a group, everybody is everyone is at risk. To facilitate worker job placement and to monitor ongoing work compatibility within the context physical and mental capabilities. So people will do placement medicals when persons come into an organization for medical for baseline. And within the context of certain work, you have to have periodic medical as well. Especially people around chemical, heavy equipment and so on. And that can even vary with their ages. They should be like say an annual check or some set period check to see, well, this person can still work around this chemical. They can still drive this everything from here to there. And to provide for healthcare rehabilitation for work-related injury and illnesses and to provide case management. All right, so we're really just working our way through what a typical program should be doing. And this has good background to it because it have come out of areas where a person had these programs. So to assess and monitor the work environment for health hazards and to provide strategic recommendation for prevention and risk control. Yeah, that's give one a key aspect of any program to enhance interdisciplinary collaboration for occupational healthcare and services. So as I mentioned before, the doctor, the industrial hygienist, the regular safety person, ergonomists, if you have them, and the environmentalist, the engineer. So it's really a multidisciplinary set to engage in decision making to help resolve ethical issues in occupational health. So there can be a lot of ethical issues there. Yeah, many have implemented. So no, when I went to a certain place to work, very first thing issue I had to confront is that the vice president wanted a list from the nurse of the people who are alcoholic or doing alcohol. The nurse said, if they come to me to make a report, which means they're seeking help, no, I cannot give you that list. I cannot give you that list. The thing become confidential. And I was thrown in the middle of that. So of course I believed the nurse and I had my own consultation. And so I came down on the side of the nurse. Well, luckily that didn't go too far. There were a lot of kids in person and all that, so that stood. All right, so to engage in decision making to help resolve ethical issues. Requirement for USH program, identification and assessment of hazards. All right, so as we know, risk management would be the first step would be assessment. Should be to identify and to estimate the size of the risk and then rank them. Eliminate or reduce the hazard. So elimination, as I showed you, the hierarchy of control would be the first preference if you can. If you can't, then you have to protect against those hazards. Treatment, illness, injuries resulting from uncontrolled hazardous exposure, regardless of how well you control the risk and the accident eventually there will be because you cannot wipe the risk out completely. So be prepared that there'll be some treatment regime, something there. People, program, policies, equipment, material, training, and other resources to achieve all of what we just mentioned above. So the disciplines involved in a typical occupational safety and health program, the occupational medicine physicians. I don't know if you're a person trained as occupational health physician or they probably just become it by going into the workplace. But the program I mentioned to you earlier, the first occupational health exposure program at DIP in Sweden, we had 24 of us in a class, and I think 14 were doctors, some engineers, and some of us safety personnel. A lot of the doctors were occupational health physicians out of Latin America, Venezuela, Costa Rica, Colombia, and so on. So, and they describe themselves as occupational health physicians. I don't know yet if we are training for that or we are just training on the job and so on. All right. So, nurses, safety specialists, industrial hygienists, ergonomists, psychologists, environmental specialists, administrators, HR, and so on. They are integral. They employ people. Right. So depending on the nature of the problem, others might also be in there. And this you'd have seen already an occupational accident and injury, which we know, accidents and plan. Nowadays, OSHA has also put violence as part of the definition, which it wasn't before. I can't remember the year when it came in, but to a person who is meeting an injury on the job, violence would be part of it because I mean they weren't expecting that. Um, see, yesterday this youth went and killed the other one that chair. I came from behind when apparently they had some dispute before in Ocherest. So violence within the place is considered an occupational um, accident, and it's proved to be a fairly big one. Occupational injury, any injury, disease resulting from an occupational accident, to define before, and occupational disease, a disease contracted as a result of exposure over time to risk factors arising from work activity. Right, so the disease type, work related, they could be caused by the work environment to the left, or they could be exacerbated by the work environment. And there are some technicality with different bodies in terms of recording these and what time frame. I think if it's more than 6 months that an injury would have subsided and within the workplace it's aggravated to be considered occupational injury. And there's some time when it might be considered new. But these things you could find from OSHA record keeping or maybe even ANSI. But OSHA is a legal thing, as I mentioned to you, while some of the others would be voluntary, and it will be the American National Standard Institute. I would have had to interact and relate to a lot of these things in the whole safety profession, so I'm aware of where some of these things are. So the healthy worker effect, mortality rate of workers lower than that of the general population. Right, so I suppose so because they have certain privileges and certain advantages, getting certain benefits within work. First, if it is would be employed, then there would be better access to healthcare services. Of course, they are paid, so have money also to spend on themselves. Better health education because the education and promotion is also available within the workplace. You know, the doctor, the nurse, whatever body comes in health fairs and just generally wellness program, higher living standards. I mentioned there's more money and so on. And of course, the most vulnerable will not be there. So it's kind of off the concept of survival of the fittest. So this is the iceberg of occupational disease. As you can see, a lot of persons are affected, but there's no symptom. Then there are symptoms, but no medical attention sought. Um, And it's, I suppose, is the same in the or in the general environment. Medical attention received, but the relationship of illness to work not recognized. So this one has a cough, or let me treat it. We didn't know it was sniffing ammonia or working around chlorine, and um, recognized as being related to work, but not reported. So yeah, maybe it's the work that is causing this medicine, but that is where it is between the physician and the worker. Then reported that little tip up there, mostly where workplace will have their own physician or relationship in the nursing service and the physician. So a lot of it is escaping, and some not done at all. Some come back into general hospital, general work, and things. So I don't know what studies are done here in terms of occupational cancers, and some of those things or they probably just get thrown into the general pool. This is cancer. Um, right. So the health service pyramid, there's population base, there was wide promotion, trying to get better outcomes for whole population, various problems, chronic problems that might be in there, the whole hypertension, diabetes, and internal health, and some of those things. Then there's clinical service where the stress now is on prevention and screening, so there's people get the checkup, the vaccination, inoculation, the counseling, and so on. And of course, the primary care now at the physician level, and um, again, secondary care, specialized care, maybe at the physician and hospital level, and tertiary care, well specialized in hospital. Maybe it's now part time and um, the massive cancer treatments and burns and those things. Right. So the role of the industrial occupational hygienist is to confirm the existence of a problem, within the workplace, so that there's too much exposure to this thing, whether it's physical hazard, noise, heat, or it's chemical hazard, it could be biological, ergonomic, and so on. Then once those are identified, indicate if they can cause a problem, what is the harmful concentration that's been reached or exceeded, and advice on the remedial measures now. So it could be whatever you have to put in place in the workplace, prevent it. In cases where effect is already, person referred to treatment and work with the physician. We know already the routes of entry, respiratory, 80% maybe at the exposure, then the dermal, so it could be skin or eye, and then there's gastrointestinal. So the key determinants of occupational diseases and injuries would be the type of work and workplace. Some are more conducive. The nature of the hazard that is in the workplace. That also the method of contact and route of entry, as we just mentioned, the target organ, and tissue, and function, the dose that would be available, and the general health of the individual, including whether they have any pre-existing condition and the kind of lifestyle. So all of these things will go together to determine disease and injuries. I don't think we have to define our labor through all of them. They're kind of self-explanatory. Right. So occupational health, the whole idea, clinical and wellness visits. Sometimes this is done in-house by company's medical team. Sometimes nurses that are there would work with the safety personnel and then the refer. Sometimes within some companies there will be the physician as well. I say it's typical of larger enterprises. Well, as a told you I've had a stint with the ministry in terms of the bauxite alumina, and all of the alumina bauxite companies have had their relatively big setup. In fact, they help communities, but we know they still have to work with the thing for tertiary and some secondary level. Because it's a dangerous place, and a lot of time it's right back into the general. But they have this setup in there for regular treatment of some of the day-to-day problem and advising and management and liaising with the general system. Sometimes it has to be even overseen. So external purchasing of medical service on a contractual basis, again, typical of medium size. Right? So, and many such healthcare providers are general practitioners. So there will be liaison. Some practitioners will come in. Some it will just be a memo of understanding that we'll send our people here. So that obtains for many medium sizes. And then there's no established arrangement for accessing medical service, typical of the small enterprise cottage industry to access medical service as need basis. So something happen and they rush somebody to the doctor. And sometimes it's a public GP service or the public healthcare services. Well, healthcare is expensive, so it depends on the industry and the size and the costs. So the typical inclusion in the occupational medical program, pre-placement evaluation, we usually call them physicals. So those are done. I think nowadays they say HIV testing shouldn't be on them. This thing have been gone the rounds, and the ILO would have classified it as a workplace disease, and whole idea of discrimination. And I think Jamaica would have had its policy as well, HIV, and then that was supposed to have resulted in a regulation coming into the Ministry of Labour from those policies. But I'm not sure where it is at now. I know it typically was on the farms. And it was to be taken off. Some companies might still be carrying it. Periodic medical, so specific work approval medical, respirators, we discussed that one, use a respirator. And some, like in the bauxite, they would do the lung function and the audiometry and so on. Drivers, again, we just mentioned earlier on, having more frequent tests because of the heavy equipment. So their periodic might be all twice a year or so on. Return to our medical, which for some injuries, absolutely critical. It depends, person getting very serious injuries and head injuries and so on. They have to be assessed. It might look normal and then come back and burn down the place. So, just word speaking. I remember being at a place and over this gentleman. I don't remember if he was talking. It was some seminar. He might have even related it to me. He was at this place and he had a serious injury. I believe it was head injury. And when he was called back for a medical, he was given a scenario that he went to this place with his dog. He leashed the dog downstairs. He went up and came back at different clothes, and the dog would not go with him. And so I suppose person are trying to see his level of cognition now. But I was saying, I think he said he might have said because he changed his clothes and he wasn't reinstated. Because a dog is not looking at your clothes. I just thought it's interesting. I would mention it. Yeah, so work exit or end of latency period, those kind of things are part of the whole program. Other possible inclusion, biological agent exposure evaluation. So example, HIV, AIDS, possible inclusion, which we are told now shouldn't be in the medical. Biological monitoring, you know, those things can be done through blood urine drug testing, evaluation. I suppose once person agree with unions and so on that these things will be, and there could be a hazard and so on. Well, if it happens, then there shouldn't be any complaint. Service to workers' families, the bauxite companies, some of them run a clinic. So on some days, there wouldn't even be workers with injury going there. It's the whole community coming as if they're going to the Ministry of Health clinic. And I've seen that, so service to community members. So yeah, so right. I was thinking about family. Yeah, that would be like a yes, definite, and then some definitely to the community as well. Um, Medical surveillance. All right, so this figure is saying occupational health service provide opportunities for physicians to identify a wide range of health risks, including non-occupational risks, such as obesity, of course, other things. Over in the right-hand side, although this work hard silicosis, like this rock driller, qualify for workers' compensation. Most workers with chronic occupational diseases often find their claims denied. So, as we mentioned, very small companies, they wouldn't even say that they are responsible. And this silicosis, which I understand is a relatively painful type of condition. Right. So importance of workplace visits and walkthrough, that is important. In order to be able to know what's going on there, to classify it. We did even mention the walkthrough survey and detailed survey when we spoke of evaluating chemical within the workplace. So the medical surveillance continue. What's the relationship between the occupational industrial hygienist and the occupational physician? Right. Just say occupational industrial hygienist. In some countries they call it occupational hygienist, in others it's industrial. It's the same thing. What's the relationship between that individual and the physician? Well, first of all, work evaluating the workplace exposure. I can see down here from the key that the gray one is the occupational hygienist, the black one is the shared responsibility between the hygienist and the physician, and the white or clear one um, would be the occupational physician. Right. So evaluating the workplace exposure, that would be the occupational hygienist without a doubt. And then to identify individuals at risk based on the exposure. That is a shared responsibility now between the industrial hygienist and the occupational physician. And we have done that. We have seen that person being exposed to maybe chemical, and the physician would also know that that person is exposed to smoking and emphysema and all of these things. So sometimes there's you have to rely on your physician. Um, but once there's some other exposure, that the courts and the thing go and say, well, it's you with the chemical. You're not going to escape. So to conduct the medical exam for early health effects, the physician report the medical findings to the employee, the physician to determine the employee medical restriction, the physician. Now, to accommodate those medical restrictions is between the physician and the hygienist. They're going to have to know now what work can the person do. Will they be able to wear this, or put them in this environment? To analyze the relationship between the medical result and the occupational exposure, both the physician and the hygienist. So this is exactly like it is, like I've known it to be. and it should be within the workplace. Now, arriving at an accurate diagnosis of occupational illness. Right. So to ensure the accurate diagnosis, you want to construct a clear occupational history. Then review the toxicity of the suspected causal agent, and then to consider the whole dose relation similar to agents off the job. I just mentioned a while ago, the smoking, chain smoker off the job, smoking all the while, put a little exposure to a gas. And every time for the law, the gas is probably going to win. You have to have very good physician and legal person to probably overcome that. So the case history, since the clinical features are not specific to occupation or the workplace, great reliance has to be placed on the history, right? And you bear the case in mind between the smoking and the gas exposure. It's a very typical scenario. So the report now is the same thing, the jukebox player, set player working around there with the jackhammer the next morning. So the report of the occupational hygiene investigation as well as the experience of the co-worker is also important. But like I say, once there's the workplace exposure, we're like that will win. So typical inclusion in the history, detailed job description, the job exposure, duration, the recent change, experience of known hazardous exposure, possible home exposure, recent pesticide spraying. So somebody, a farmer, as part-time, and a plumber in full-time, and working around some other chemical. Similar illness in co-workers, absence of symptom when away from the work, and return of symptom when return to work, key aspect of the diagnosis. If the person is away from work and still showing all of these things, it might well be the smoke or the pesticide. Right, but you see the kind of thing as health persons, public health or doctor or safety person, you have to be cognizant of and the whole ethical issues in there, not taking bias to any sides of these things, letting the chip lie where they fall. So standard principle of treatment of occupational illness or injuries, similar approach in treating any disease, move the patient from a harmful agent or remove the harmful agent from the patient, neutralize or reverse harmful effect, and ensure that the patient and the harmful agent do not get together again. Right. So we know that. So reports now to workers and to management. Workers must be told the result and the meaning of their exposure and the effect monitoring. So if a worker is exposed to some metal dust or something within the workplace, they must be told, and they must be told the exposure is within the limit, or so that your exposure is at this level, and the result of their medical. The finding require clinical management and follow up to be expected. So things like diabetes, the occupational health clinician should expect to hold the responsibility for full disclosure of any measurement. And in OSHA, that is a requirement, where OSHA could fine companies for not allowing employer to see their own medical record and their exposure. And in fact, they're required to put out a summary of all of the injuries, accident, and also a log with line showing across, done with name and everything. The only time name would be redacted is for injury to private parts or some mental injury. So that's a OSHA 300 log. Here, well, it's still workers should be able to have their exposure and their record. So management approach to the medical surveillance at a minimum to mandate regulator compliance, screening that occurs satisfactorily. So report to workers and management continue. So the clinical operation needs to provide adequate documentation that these standards are being followed. So, these things should be documented that, this exposure should be known and it is done. And the individual clinical report should reflect simple that each worker was evaluated according to the requirement. But the aggregate report will combine similar results workers to demonstrate and document the number of workers screened, the proportion health findings of significant those evaluation for worker removal or exposure modification. So those could be more available. But for individual reports, then there is some more ethical thing with that, and they have to be confidential. And I did mention to you this what seems is minor cases of alcohol abuse, which the nurse insists that once reporting to her, it's for help and treatment. It's become a confidential matter. You have to find another way through your HR or whatever to get that info, not out of the medical files there. All right, so the OH program enhanced by the ASH management system. So again, we look at the planning to check ACT, check-in and corrective action, management review, right? And the continuous improvement would be to reduce the hazard and risk and the compensation costs and last time. And spin-off of that would be productivity and satisfaction and image and so on. All those things will improve. Right, but you can just bear in mind the plan do check ACT management system of us. Right, so we can summarize this. No, the principal objective of the occupational health program is to integrate industrial hygiene and occupational health. So a union between the primary and secondary preventative measures. And the program content depend on the regulator requirements, the hazards in the workplace, operation within the workplace, available resources within the establishment and the community, and of course, management support. And we know that the more support there is and the more sophisticated system you have, the healthier workers can remain and the more productive the workplace can be. Right, so let me see. We have continue the summary. So a comprehensive OSH program would look beyond the specific requirement of the law in addressing the general specific workplace hazard. So whether or not the compliance and legislation is at risk, person need to address the hazards. I don't know if I'd mentioned that when I went to a certain workplace, just about within weeks, I think it's the association, the deaf association, I can't remember, but they had called to say 2 workers were going off, were asking the company to help them with hearing aid because they would have lost a certain amount of hearing. I think maybe they were doing exit medical or something. So naturally I got some them to buy me some meters and went to the area that these guys were working and found that they were really very exposed to noise. And it's up that I'm saying this because noise is the next thing that we're going to deal with. They were like 103 decibels just outside the housing enclosure that they were in, and in where they were with the pump, they were probably high 90s or early 100s. So they were over the occupational exposure, the permissible exposure limit. No, noise is not in the Factories Act. So the company can say, well, yeah, we didn't know there was no obligation to do this. So the point I'm making, I had to put in place a hearing conservation program. Yet the meters, being to do wide checks and can put in place a program. I went to another place where I got the hearing protectors now as a start and took it to this gentleman and he was talking very loud. Like we say, we're going with that now. All right, mash up already. I said, well, you did hear me, so you could preserve what is left, and so on. So we started that program and started training and get the company sensitized. Now, is it still not in the Factories Act, which is supposed to become the Occupational Act? There's noise in the Mining Act with the 90 decibel being the permissible exposure limit, and we come to noise in a jiffy. So we'll probably be able to explore that a little more. But the point I'm making is even if this specific workplace hazard is not at contest in terms of legislation, that shouldn't be the driving force. The protecting the worker, the general duty clause, once there are hazard that are causing or likely to cause. So, however, doing so requires substantial knowledge in the occupational health science, as well as an interdisciplinary approach to recognizing and understanding work-related risk and hazards so that effective occupational safety and health services can be delivered. Right, so we basically have to know what it is we should be doing, what is there in the thing, what problem they can cause, so we can think about what controls there should be. Right, so we just want to acknowledge that some of these slides were courtesy of Dr. Owen James, former Director of Medical Services in Windalco, formerly Alchem. And it is kind of significant because I spoke a lot about the bauxite industry. And, he would have been instrumental in putting together some of the slides to show what a program should be. And I concur completely um, with what he has put in. Right. So, my own experience within industry have caused me to concur with these things. Um, right. So I just thought out that knowledge. I don't know if he did all the slides, but I didn't do any of these slides. I'm really just bringing them to you. All right. So we're going to just change over a little. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, maybe. Um, right. All right, so you want to go ahead with noise and then we can take a break after to look at before we look at radiation.
You're just suggesting, sir, we take a break now?
No, I'm saying if you want, just go ahead and take the break after the noise before we look at radiation. I want to take a break now.
I mean, I'm okay with continuing. I don't know how the rest of the team feels. I'm okay with going on.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can continue.
All right, so we'll continue. And since noise is relatively heavy, then we take the break after before we go on to radiation. All right, so we're now looking at occupational hazard in terms of the physical hazards. And the objective from this is to classification of physical hazard, to explain the basic terminology using noise exposure, evaluation, describe the types of noise, threshold, difference between threshold of hearing and the threshold of pain, distinguish the key instrument used in noise evaluation, work noise exposure, including mixed exposures, auditory and non-auditory adverse effects, and the approaches to noise control. Right, so these are the types of physical hazards. It would be trauma-producing hazards, so noise, which we are going to look at, radiation, ionizing and non-ionizing. And of course, there's the hot and cold environment, extremes of temperature, which we're not going to touch, vibration, which we're not touching at all, and pressure, barometric pressure changes, which we're not going to be looking at within the short course. So industrial noise, right, so sound is defined as a pressure wave traveling through air. So it radiates as wave from the source, and pressure variation in air, water, etc. that the ear can detect. It's also described as sound. So if you look at the diagram below, looking at sound as a pressure wave, we can see that, well, I want to get this thing out a little bit. Right, so there's a series of, so if you look at the normal atmospheric pressure here, along the zero, the sound pressure now would be this red line going up and down. So at the point where they are most intense, is compression, and at the point where they are less intense, that's refraction. Right, so C is for compression, R is for refraction, where the particles are dense and where they are less dense. And of course, have pressure and time along the continuum. So some of the basic terminologies, noise we know as an unwanted sound, or we can look at it as a propagation of ambient pressure, vibration, and elastic medium, like air or water. Now, loudness is a subjective assessment of the amplitude. You know, that's that maximum displacement that we show, which would be here. So it's a subjective assessment of the amplitude. And the amplitude now is described as either in terms of the quantity of the sound produced at a given location. So if you play a set here and you're standing over there, what's the sound you are getting? Or it could be the overall ability of the source to emit the sound, which is the sound power. So if you're going out to buy a set to see what's the extent of this thing, that would be the sound power, what it can put out. Or it is the what you're getting at a given location away from the source, which is what we are interested in. You know, noise is produced here, you are in the factory. What is the level of sound getting to the worker? Right. So the amplitude of a wave refers to the maximum displacement of a particle and the medium from its rest position, which I had mentioned before. So right at the peak here, that's the amplitude. And it's really the distance from the rest to crest, so to speak, from the zero level to where it is peaking here. And it can also be measured from the rest to the trough. So either to the compression or to the refraction. Either those measure is the amplitude. Now, if you look at the frequency again, so the frequency of sound now, if you look here, you'll see that it's a high frequency wave because it's doing a number of cycles um, over time. And the time it takes to complete a cycle is known as the period. And the low frequency will be doing fewer cycles over the time, so it has a longer period. Right, now I continue with frequency. So the number of times per second that a vibrating body chases a complete cycle. So I call it frequency. And that also determines the nature of the sound. Now for human ears, you really don't hear frequency, you hear sound as a pitch. Frequency is heard as a pitch. So low pitch or bass sound are low frequency. Those with the like down here. And the human ear can hear around 30 hertz, like a rumble of a large organ, or it could be high pitch or more treble type frequency, like up here. And the human ear can hear up to like a 15 hertz, such as the shrill of those old television sets, which you don't know anything about, tube sets. Right, so a cycle per second is known as hertz. So 1 hertz is 1 cycle per second. 1,000 per cycle per second is 1,000 hertz, and million per second would be 1 megahertz or 1,000 kilohertz. Now, a healthy young person can hear sound in the range of 20 to 20,000 hertz, right? So the 20 cycle per second to 20,000 per second. Remember, hertz is the 1 cycle per second. Now, for measurement purpose in some industry, and human speech is mostly between 500 to 5,000 hertz. So you might want to know that between 500 to 5,000 hertz. Now, for measurement purpose in industry, there's a broad range of frequency that they might want to measure, and they divide those into what you call 9 octave bands. They divide them into 9 octave bands, and they are listed right here. So there's the 31.5 band, there's the 63, 125, up to 8,000. But for each band, like upper frequency is twice the lower frequency. Right, so the upper is twice the lower, and they use the media, the average to name the band. So the 31.5 would be the band which has a lower of 22.4 and an upper of 45. As you can see, that 31.5 would be the regular mean of those, really a geometric mean between the upper and the lower. And you know the difference between the arithmetic mean and the geometric mean. You don't need to get into, but the arithmetic mean, you would add them up and divide by n. While for the geometric, you take the product and to the nth root. All right, so these are them. So we look at the whole octave band a little later on, but just train industry, they tend to divide the frequencies into these 9 octave band, which are named by the center frequency, which I just mentioned is not really the regular mean between the lower and the upper. While the upper is twice the lower, the mean is not the regular average. It's a geometric one. Right, so the decibel is the quantity that is used in measuring noise, and it's really a dimensionless unit related to the log of the ratio of the measured quantity to a reference quantity. So the reference quantity really represents the lowest threshold of hearing, the lowest intensity that can be detected by a young, healthy ear. As you can see, it's 0.0002 Newton meter square. Right, and this is the formula that the decibel will be 20 log the sound pressure to the reference pressure. Don't worry about the formula too much. It's to just let you know it is being done. I don't we'll use some formula, we probably won't use this one. Right, so the bell is a unit of measure in electrical communication engineering, and the decibel is really 1/10 of a bell. And this is the preferred unit of measure for sound, and the minimum difference in loudness that is usually perceptible by the human ear. So that's why the decibel is so preferred. 1 decibel would be the minimum perceptible difference in loudness that the human can detect. So just remember that the decibel is a dimensionless unit used to express the log of the ratio of the measured quantity to the reference quantity, which is the 0.00002 Newton meter square. Right, so let's go into a little bit of the biology before we come back into the physics part of the thing. So sound impacting the eardrum that's been illustrated here. We know about the whole physiology of the ear. So it's not something we have to go through. We know the outer ear, the auditory canal, and the flap, and the middle ear with the bones and so on, and then the cochlea in the inner ear. So this is a more complicated diagram. So this is really just contextualizing this. You're not really doing the medicine or the biology here, so it's really just to contextualize it. The sections, the outer ear, the middle ear, and the inner ear. We're really just talking about noise. So if we just look at them in turn, so the outer ear function is to direct the sound wave into the ear canal, which leads to the eardrum. The eardrum passes the vibration to the middle ear through this tympanic membrane. Right, and the middle ear shows a little bit more complication now with those small just bones in the body. And the vibration move the bones and pass the sound wave to the inner ear. And the inner ear, we contain a fluid filled mechanism, the cochlea. Thousands of the tiny ear cells which respond to the vibration to produce and the fluid. These ear cells pass the vibration to the nerve, the auditory canal. So it's a fairly complicated setup, which we really don't want to get damaged by noise. Hardly when persons start having problem with the ears, and if it's not certain type of problem, then it's really a serious problem. So we look later on at the type of problems and the noise-induced problems. Right, so these are the type of noise. Getting back to noise, the pressure, always the pressure, and the Y and the frequency. You can have a single pure tone, which consists of only one single frequency. That's like a perfect sine wave, so to speak. Something like a tuning fork that you'd have done in physics or so, will make that kind of a sound. Computers can generate a single tone as well, electronic generator and so on. Whistle might do that. Then of course there's the noise here you have narrow and wide band. And then again, some electrical hum like a transformer, might give a narrow band type sound. While again, the static like on a TV, traffic noise and so on, those can give you like the wide band sound, the HVAC system. So it's just they're droning on the AC and so on. Some industrial machines can do that. So there's also a continuous noise. Again, something like you have something making a humming sound or steady distant traffic, the HVAC system. Then the intermittent noise, construction, dog barking to wake you up in the night, the siren, car horns, jackhammer in the workplace, those kind of things. Then you can have impulse noise, which have transient pulses occurring in repetitive or non-repetitive fashion. So if you're operating a rivet gun, people do riveting a pneumatic jack. So those would be examples of repetitive sound, and then the firing of a gun would be considered non-repetitive. So the duration is usually about half a second, and the frequency will be less than once per second. And it will look something like down here on our graph. Right, so back to the decibel. So we said the zero of the decibel scale, which we use to measure noise, corresponds to the reference sound pressure of 0.0002 Pascal. I think we did say Newton meter square, which is similar measure. And for every increase of 10 decibel, that multiplies the sound 10 times. Remember, the sound is a log scale. For every increase of 10 decibel, multiply the sound 10 times. Now, every increase of 3 decibel double a sound. And the converse of that is if you have two machines making a similar sound, say 87 decibel, then the net increase will be 3 decibels, not 87 times 2. So, right, so remember that about noise. So every increase at 10 decibel multiply the sound 10 times. Yeah, we did mention that before. So let's look at the intensity or decibel levels of some common sounds. And we'll look at the source, look at the intensity level, and the times greater than the threshold of hearing, which is point what? At
0.0002.
Yeah, right, right, right. So the source, the threshold of hearing, intensity 0 decibel, then it's 10 to the 0, which would be 1 times the thing itself. Rustling leaves would be 10 decibel intensity times threshold of hearing, 10 to the 1. Whisper, 20 decibel, 10 to the 2. Normal conversation, about 6 decibel, 10 to the 6. Busy street, 10 to the 7. Vacuum cleaner, 10 to the 8. Large orchestra, 98, 10 to 9.8. Walkman, at maximum level, which people think is just a nice thing to have in the ears, 100 decibel, well over the permissible limit. Well, you should not have it in there for a long time. But we look at how the time vary with the level that is allowed. Front row of a rock concert, 110. Remember, distance important with noise, so you don't want to be in that front row. Threshold of pain, 120 to 130 dB, which I felt. and I felt it badly. And I'll tell you how in a second. The military jet take off 140 decibels, 10 to the 14. Instant perforation of the eardrum, 160. So that's a lot of noise. Right. So within this occupational health course, as I said, my first certification in it because I was doing it from practical level for a time. In Sweden we were. And the course would consist of equal practical and theoretical exposure. So if you did 6 weeks in the classroom, you'd have to do six within the field. So we're sent to this place, Kalmar, half across the country, Refi Electronic. Um, of course, we got a big plane to a point, then we got a bus, got to there. And when we were to come back now, they say, well, we'd have to take this small plane to a point where we get a big one because some change in the arrangement. I went into this little thing which I didn't like. A few of us were in there. I think the four of us that went on the trip and maybe two other passengers. And sat right on that right wing. And when it started and making that sound, after a while there was such a pain in the ears. I prayed for sleep and I slept a little, and then the thing went down somewhere else to pick up. And I didn't like it going down or climbing. At least when it settled off, it wasn't so bad. Um, and that pain continued. So got to the big plane and got to Stockholm. And I said to my other Jamaican friend, 'cause the other two guys were a Mexican and a Venezuelan. So, we talk and communicate, but not in the part of slang that we wanted to run it at the time. I said we had a trip the following morning to somewhere else on another airplane. I said to him, I don't believe I'm going to make it. But you really, when you have these assignments in these countries, it's almost an offense if you don't keep up to it. They treat you very well, diplomatic level, take you to the parliament, take you to the council, take you to the opera. But when you slip up and don't like fulfill your end of the bargain, it's like you are insulting. I said, what is this now? If I work with this, I can't go because it was a real pain. So I went back to the hotel and slept, and as I know now from the whole theory of it was here probably lying down from the noise and getting up back. And sorry, it wasn't a complete knockout. I was back to normal. And I went on the trip following day. But didn't like that little plane. So because of that, whenever I had to go like things spent to Mobi for the bigger ones, I'll go to the Norman Manley Airport. So noise exposure assessment. I mean, when we didn't have highways and we needed quick turnaround. You could assess by the source, measurement source, which I mentioned before, sound power. But we're more interested in the ambient noise measurement, the sound pressure level, pressure, which is intensity that the worker would be exposed to. And then also by the survey type, we could have a preliminary survey and a detailed survey. And just like following on the chemical um, evaluation that we discussed, if you're doing a really nice survey, you don't want to go and do a preliminary survey. So you see where you're looking at, where the machines are laid out, what kind of work the workers are doing, and all of those details. Probably even make a accurate sketch. Very important. And then you would go to do your detailed survey, where you'd put the microphone within the hearing zone. That's how you'd put that measuring thing within the breathing zone of a worker. And, with your calibration and everything. We'll probably come on to look a little at that as well. Right. So the detailed survey is what we'd be interested in. It would be to obtain the specific information and the noise level existing at work or workstation. You're looking at the exposure. Also, try to measure the 8 hour to develop guidelines for establishing engineering controls or administrative controls. So maybe you have to rotate them, you have to put some dampening, um, and even hearing protection, define the areas where hearing protection will be required as well, and the type, and to identify those areas where the automatic testing of the employees is desirable on a regular basis. You don't want to say, yeah, let them test once a year because of the nature and level of this sound. We think it will be good for them to do the test. Right. So carrying out is interesting and it's detailed and it's very, very technical and you have to pay attention to every little detail. You have to do it. Right. So the survey techniques is to be familiar with the equipment, study operating instruction of your equipment. So um well, I won't discuss the equipment too much yet because I haven't seen it and the different exchange as yet. But set up the equipment and check its operation before embarking on the survey. So you want to make sure the thing is working. And when you go there, you check with the worker, they are comfortable to set it up, turn on, make sure it's going. Then you periodically check, see that they are comfortable, the battery is still keeping up. And of course, you calibrate before and you calibrate after. So you want to minimize things like vibration and shocks during transport. You want to protect the instrument from any extreme of temperature. If the environment is windy, you use a windscreen. Nowadays, you just assume it's windy and the windscreen is on the microphone. Whether it's a regular sound level meter or it's a dosimeter, hardly take off those things off it. Avoid electrical interference near furnaces and measure the levels that are typical of those at the operator's ear. So again, you go and put it within that zone. And then you extend the instrument away from the body. So you might put it at a place where it is comfortable and the mic is within the hearing zone. So the sound level meters, the operating principle is that there's a microphone which will pick the noise, it amplified. There's a weighting scale and the meter displaying like a ABC scale, and we'll see what those mean as we continue. So these are sound level meters, as you can see. There's a basic type 2 meter here. It has the wind protector on it, that mesh, so it wouldn't pick up a lot of stray noise. I think they're trying to measure something near this aeroplane, this helicopter or something like that, aeroplane, outdoor application. Or more precisely, now we want to use what you call a dosimeter. So that while the sound level meter will just be picking up on the noise continuously as is at a point, the dosimeter can accumulate that noise. So if you're going to measure worker exposure over 8 hours, this is the one you'd want to use. And as I was trying to mention before, the setting of the dosimeter now depend on whether you will be using the OSHA permissible exposure limit or the NIOSH limit. And we'll see the difference between those when we go on. But I just want to mention it that the dosimeter can be set with the different ones. Now, the third thing is the active band analyzer, which I had mentioned before. So looking at it in a little bit more detail now, see the frequency that they name here, the center frequencies. They normally name the band by the center frequency. So it's measuring the sound level upon that Y scale as well as the frequency. So within industry, where they would want to know what noise frequency are within the band, they would use this one. Typically, if we are just measuring our exposure, we wouldn't be interested in the frequency. We just be the sound level measurement, so we just use the dosimeter to measure that. But as I said before, where there are places where they probably need deeper understanding and of the frequency within, they would use the octave band analyzer. So it's very, very useful for that purpose. So it's giving you the sound level, but it's also giving you the frequency. And I need to stress that because there are cases where they ask what is in a hearing conservation program. And at that point we probably wouldn't have frequency, we'd have exposure monitoring. Right, so the calibrator would look something like this, which would put on an instrument and calibrate. So it has a kind of preset. It would either be calibrated, I think, at 114 or at 94, and it would put on the instrument, and both instruments should be reading on that. So there's some thing on the instrument to adjust it until it has the reading, which is on the calibrator. You know, it's calibrated, I can go ahead and use it. As I say, it's just the principle that you're learning because except you had more time and we're at a level where you could do the practical in the course, where you could send you somewhere to measure noise. And when you do it hands-on, then you know exactly. But the principle is that you put on the calibrator and it has, I think, two defined places that it measures either at 94 or 114. You don't have to know that detail. You just adjust the meter until the calibrator and the meter is reading the same thing. That's basically the idea you don't want to know now without knowing any detail or how to use it because you don't have it available to you. So, um, and I mean, you can read up on it if you want to know more about it. Right, so the frequency analysis. So we said they have a scale, the sound measuring devices, and they're normally equipped with three frequency weighting. So there's a B, and a C that are used to adjust the frequency response of the instrument. So the weighting approximate to the human ear's response characteristics at different sound levels. The E weighting approximate to the ear response for low level sound, less than 55 decibel, and the B rating would approximate to the response between 55 and 85, and the C approximate to sound level greater than 85 decibel. Right, and as I had mentioned before, that the most common frequency bandwidth used for industrial noise measurement would be the octave band. And we say a frequency is said to be an octave in width when its upper band edge is twice the lower band edge. Right, so F2 is 2 times F1. Right, so I did show you the table, like with 22.5 and 45, the lower and the upper. And we did discuss the mean, which is not a arithmetic mean, which is what they named the frequency by the 31.5 octave band. So you can always look back in the table and remember those different. So these are the center frequencies: 31.5, 63, 125, 250, 500, 1K, 2K, 4K, 8K. So like running now. Right now, this is important. The OSHA permissible noise exposure limit, which has a 5 decibel exchange rate. And you'll see what that means in a second. On the left is the duration per day in hours, 8 hours, all the way down to 2.5 hours. And on the right is the sound level in decibel, which is 90, all the way down to 115. So 90 decibels for 8 hours is the OSHA permissible exposure limit for noise. And if you look in the Ministry of Occupational Safety and Health, in the mining safety and health regulation, you'll see that 90 decibel for 8 hours. I said there's none in the Factories Act, which we're way behind on developing the OSHA legislation. So 90 dBA as permissible exposure limit. I remember permissible exposure limit is an 8-hour duration. Now, if you to see where the exchange rate comes in, if you increase that sound by 5 decibel, the exchange now is that you're going to have to reduce the exposure time by half. So if you go up to 95 decibel, the exposure time is 4 hours. And if you go up to 100, you reduce again in 2, cut in 2, the time become 2 hours. If you go up to 105, time become 1 hour. If you go up to 110.5 hours, 115.25 hours. So that exchange for OSHA legislation is that for every 5 hours you increase the sound, you have to half the time. Right, and it will become applicable as we go on. Now, for the American Conference of Government Industrial Hygienists, and this is the level that the NIOSH adopts. Their exchange at 3 decibel exchange. So again, I have the same scenario for the duration of the day on the left and the sound level on the right. And their threshold limit value are for TLV for ACIGH, but we'll typically talk about it as NIOSH in the course, which is our recommended exposure limit, REL, CM85. So the 85 for 8 hours, that's the recommended exposure limit, or threshold limit value in terms of these bodies. OSHA, which is the legislation, says 90. And I told you before that sometimes legislation is not as stringent as the professionals because they have all sorts of lobbies and they have to negotiate who can afford what. As you see, how many lobbies with with the American government. So it has to be a reasonable level, but sometimes it's negotiable. So their level is 90, but there's a stringent level with the NIOSH, which are third body, and the professional hygienist body. So if we move up to 88 from 85, you have to half the duration from 8 hours to 4. And by the time you get to 91, again to 2, 94, 1 hour, and so on. So you have to understand the difference between the two. If you go into the measuring the noise or when you're calculating it, where you set your meter, what's the difference in your thing now. Now, how you add sound pressure levels. The sound pressure levels LP can be added arithmetically because addition of these log quantity constitute a multiplication of the pressure ratios. Now, a good procedure for adding a series of decibel value is to begin with the highest level so that the calculation can be stopped when the lower values are reached that do not add anything significant to the total. So the sound level total, LP total, can be equal to LP1 plus LP2 plus LP3 plus LPN. So the best way to understand it is to do it. All right, so adding the sound pressure levels, we can use the simplified method where the difference in sound pressure, 0 to 1, then you add 3 decibels to the higher value. If there's 2 to 3, you can add 2 decibels. If there's 4 to 9, you add 1. And if it's greater or equal to 10, nothing is added. So let us look at an example now and see if we can work it through using the simplified method. Now, add the following sound pressure levels to determine the worker's actual noise exposure. So it's in a place with all of these sound pressure levels, 85, 88, 94, 94, 95, 100, 97, 90, and 88. Based on this simplified method, we would first arrange the sound pressure levels in descending order. So we start at 100, 97, 95, 94, 94, 90, 88, 88, and 85. and you subtract the second level from the first. So you take away 97 from 100 and you get 3 decibels. Based on what we said overleaf, the step 3 is that you add 2, right? So if you just go back just to show you it, 2 to 3, you add 2. So you add 2 to the first sound pressure level. So you get up to 102 decibel, become the new total. So for step 4, you subtract the third pressure level from this total. So you take 95 from 102, you get 7 decibel. Based on the principle, you'd add 1 to the total, so you get 103. And step 6 now, you subtract the fourth from this total. 103 minus 94, you get 9 decibel. And you add 1, you get 104. Go to the next step, 8, subtract the fifth level, which is 94 from 104, you get 10. So you don't add anything, because once you get to 10 or more, nothing is added. So the total noise is 104 decibel from these, what was it, 8 or 9 sources. The total noise is 104. Now, if you want to use the formula, it is also available to add the sound pressure level. So by formula, you get that the total noise, LP total, will be 10 log the sum of all of these LP, 10 to the LP upon 10 to the I over the whole summation of it. Right? So that means that the LP total is 10 log 10 to the LP 1 upon 10 plus 10 to the LP 2 upon 10, 10 to the LP 3 upon 10. So in principle, using the same noise level that we used before should be equal log 10 to the 8.5, because 85 upon 10, 10 to the 85 upon 10 is 10 to the 8.5. And you do that all the way through, and you take the log of these things, and you get 104. So when you get the notes interesting, you can go and work them out, and both the short method and the formula, and you would get to 104 decibels. Now, when you have a mixed noise assessment, when employees are exposed to different noise level, multiple or mixed, you have to calculate by the formula. You have to calculate the dose. So if you go and put a meter onto somebody measuring the noise, this is what you will really be measuring, the dose. We'll show you after how you'll get um exposure decibel, but you'll be measuring the dose. So the dose will be equal to the concentration 1 or the level of noise 1 upon the time, 1 plus C2 upon T2 plus Cn upon Tn times 100, where D is the noise dose percentage, C is the actual duration, actual time, they are there, and T is the permissible time from either the OSHA scale or the NIOSH or ACIGH scale, right? So D is the dose, C is the time, and T is the permissible time. So by calculate, you can calculate by dividing the actual time by the maximum permitted time from that sound table. And this formula now is based on a OSHA 5B exchange. And we can also have it for the NIOSH. So let's look at another example, how we can calculate. So an employee is exposed to the following noise levels during the day: 85 decibels for 3.75 hours, 90 decibels for 2 hours, 95 decibels for 2 hours, 110 decibels for 0.25 hours. So you want to determine if the exposure is hazardous. More than 1 or more than 100%. So the first thing you look at for NIOSH, the dose is now going to be arranging them in order. It's going to be the 0 at 90 because 90 is a permissible limit. Then it would be 2 hours for 95. No, where am I? No, we start at 85. There would be nothing for 85 because the dose start at 90 per hour. So it would be 2 upon 8 because it's permitted for 8 hours in that. And at 95 is permitted, the actual time is 2, but the permitted time is 4. Then at 0.25 actual time, and the permitted time is 0.5. So if you work out these fractions, you get to 125%, which means the exposure is hazardous because the person is doing more than 100%, more than 1 or more than 100%. Right. So you could convert this back to the
Wait,
TWA.
sir, I don't know, but I'm gonna ask you to go back, please, sir. I don't understand.
This one?
Yes, sir, I
This
don't
last one that I,
understand.
okay, all right.
From you said so 80, so the threshold is 90, and we're putting 0 for 85 because
Yeah,
85 is below the 90,
right, right.
right?
So that it wouldn't be accumulating any noise. All right. So all right, let's just look back on the formula. What we're saying is that the C would be the actual duration,
Uh-huh.
the C1, and T1 would be the permissible duration, which is what the table says.
Mm-hmm.
You get that?
Yes, sir.
Right. So all right. So once you get the actual duration versus the permissible duration, it should be clear. All right, so let's go back. So it's 0 for 85 because he's not at 90. No, at 90. Remember that we said 90. What's the permissible exposure for 90? 8 hours.
Right, and he was 2 hours.
Right, so it's 2 upon 8. So the C is the 2 hours and the T is the 8. All right, C1 upon T1.
Right, okay.
Right, right. So it's the
So
2 hours.
we're just disregarding the 3.75 hours for the 85 because the 85 wouldn't have counted anyway.
Right, right, because he's not
Okay.
accumulating anything because 90 is the permissible limit. So it's from 90 for OSHA. If it were for ACGIH, then the 85 would be significant.
Okay, so it's the 2 hours
Right,
over the 8 hours for the 90 for 2 hours, so it's 2 over 8. Then
right,
it's 2 hours for the 95, which is above the 90, and the minimum and the limit for the 90 for that is 4 hours.
4 hours,
Two
right?
over four. And then for
Yeah,
the 110, it's half
yeah.
an hour. So and it was
Mm-hmm.
for 15 minutes. So it was
Right, right.
0.25 over half hour, which is zero point 0.5. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I get it now.
Right, right. So when you take all of the fraction is 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 1.25. So is 125%. Is overexposed. All right. So
Okay,
let's see
sir.
now.
Thank you. I understand.
All right. All right. So you can calculate the TWA now by using this formula where um for OSHA, the TWA is 16.61 log 10 at the dose upon the 100. And you know that will give you the TWA. So looking at the exam that we just did, um, well, I could ask you to just work it out from this, but I won't stress you. We'll just look at it, right? So we said the TWA is equal 16.61 log 10, the dose upon 100 plus 90. That's the formula. And in this case, the dose is 125. So it's 16.61 log 10, 125, 100 plus 90, 16.61, 1.25 plus 90, which is 16.61 times 0.097, which is the log of the 125 plus 90, well, 1.61 plus 90. So his TWA would have been 91.61. And you see it's overexposed because the thing is 90. So you can use those relationship to work back um, to work about this. I thought it would be good for you to understand this so that you also understand, you said the dose here is 125, so it's overexposed. But what is this TWA working from those? Now, is it just as though we would have used the formula before, the simplified method, or that bigger log formula? There's also a formula to go back from the dose to this. And if you were in NIOSH now, this formula is the TWA will be 10 log 10 E upon 100 plus 85. So there's a difference in the 85 and difference in the 10 log formula. All right, so they're not difficult to work out. It will just be practice. But you understand this though?
Somewhat, sir. We'll have, I will have to
You
do
need
some reviews,
you,
but I
you need
understand
time to
this
look
one.
at it. Yeah. You
Yes, sir. I
understand the
need some
principle.
time.
You understand the principle. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
That's all you
Definitely.
need. All you need is the principle, and you know the formula, so you'll get it. All right. So the physical effect of noise on human, dilation of the pupil, secretion of the thyroid hormone. It can cause that. Can cause heart palpitation. So a person sometimes just says a little noise, and they're not understanding the ramification. Um, Secretion, adrenaline, cortex hormone, movement of the stomach and intestine, muscle reaction, constriction of blood vessel, hearing loss. So it's quite a bit of I think that can happen. So the factors affecting the risk of noise-induced hearing loss, the intensity of the noise, the sound pressure level, the type of noise, whether it's continuous, wideband, impulse, as we showed before, all those things are factors. Duration of the daily exposure, total duration of exposure over the number of years. Like a gentleman, I tell you, need the hearing thing when they were about to go home. Age of the individual, the coexisting hearing disease, the nature of the environment in which the exposure occurred, the distance of the individual from the noise source, distance critical with noise and radiation, position of the ears relative to the sound. So effect of excessive noise and the auditory effects, auditory fatigue can have a temporary threshold shift. This is difference in one hearing intensity measured before and after exposure to sound. Right. And permanent threshold shift. So when all those the ear cells now blow down like in a storm, the cornfield flatten and are coming up back as opposed to maybe just a grass leaning in the gentle breeze. And I don't know if you ever notice, I know when I drive home with the radio in the car, and when I go back in the car in the morning, I say, why was I driving with the radio like this? So after resting and fresh and thing, different from accumulating all of the sounds in the day and your traffic and you turn up a little more. So acoustic trauma refer to the loss of hearing secondary to head or the ear trauma or after exposure to a sudden intense noise. That one that can perforate the thing or the military jet. Tinnitus, speech, general communication problem, influence of ototoxic substances, some of those organic compound and all right, some of these example of ototoxic in the workplace, organic solvents, styrene, those styrene and toluene and them they are indicated for a lot of things, affect the gray matter and right. So trichloroethylene, um, heavy metals such as mercury, lead, trimethyl tin, fixants such as carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide, acronitride. So effect of excessive noise exposure again. So these now are extra-auditory effect, not the auditory effect, could be resulting in physiological changes other than hearing impairment, reflex like startle reaction to loud unexpected noise, cardiovascular, neurological, endocrine, and biochemical changes secondary to intense noise. Subjective complaint of nausea, malaise, headache after ultrasound exposure, ultrasonic exposure, vasoconstriction, hyperreflexia, fluctuation in normal secretion, and so on. So all of these things, and um, I mean, it is one of those underrated things because I tell you, even the legislation, it is not. Apart from that, um, mineral legislation would have had a lot of international influence. This regular Factories Act is just seen as a little non-entity. And we are seeing that it is not. No classification of hearing loss. So hearing loss, any condition which interfere with the transmission of sound to the cochlea is classified as a conductive hearing loss. You can have pure conductive loss that would not damage the organ of carotid or the neural pathways, those things within the cochlea. It can be due to wax in the external auditory canal, things like perforation of the eardrum, eustachian tube, block of fluid in the middle ear. Those things that can be solved relatively easily. Surgical, medical intervention, or sometimes just home intervention, which shouldn't be. As I said, don't put anything bigger than smaller than your elbow in the ears. It's not something you really want to mess around. That's when it starts to give trouble. So sensory neural, sensor component of the loss involved the organ of the cortea and the neural component implies degeneration in the neural elements in the auditory nerve. Exposure to excessive noise cause an irreversible sensor neural hearing loss. So excessive noise, and we did see at 160 where you can experience something like that. Damage to the hair cell is critical in the pathology of noise-induced hearing loss. And the sensory neural hearing loss can be attributed to various causes, viruses. So I had mumps. They used to warn about mumps. They never warn about hearing loss with it, but there are other warnings. Some congenital defects, drug toxicity, streptomycin, so on. So just some diagrammatic look at it now. Noise-induced hearing loss, sensorineural noise-induced hearing loss result from damage to the ear cells or the auditory nerves. You see severely damaged on the right by over exposure to normal on the left here. Oh, these look nice and bright and shiny. You see over on the right, these look to be dying. All right, so classification hearing loss continue. You can have mixed hearing loss, a component of both the conductive and sensory neural hearing loss in the same ear. And you can have central hearing loss implies difficulty in person's ability to interpret what he or she hears. And the abnormality is located in the brain between the auditory nuclei and the cortex. So that's a central problem. Psychogenic hearing loss indicates a non-organic basis for individual threshold elevation, two condition, which such loss may occur or malingering, really pretending. Hysteria, which is a kind of mental problem to deal with. So approaches to controlling noise. The source control would be most desirable. So if you can get the thing emitting less, whatever means, controlling the path. So put up noise barriers on the highway between houses and people plant trees and enclosure. It just encloses the noise. I did mention like about the Mona Great House. So the engineering would be application of known noise control principle, maintenance, substitution. So if a machine and the processes, you can get less noisy one. Reduction of driving force or response of vibrating surfaces, those clang, if you can get those things dampened, reduction of the sound transmission through solids, reduction of noise by reducing its transmission through air, isolation of the operator, soundproof board. I did mention like those nice operators at powerhouse, they have the quietest spot on any plant. You drop any pin because they have to watch the process without the effect of the noise. So administrative control also we reduce duration and exposure and so on. Hearing protection, which is the last resort. Compliance of the worker sometimes a problem. You can have a leak, seal, material leak, vibration, hearing protect the device, you can have bone conduction. And then you have to look at the noise reduction rating of the hearing protectors, whether it's a ear muff, earplug. There's some way to know if you're using both of them, or you go about determining what is the level of protection, which we won't do here. Right, so these hearing protection enclosure the entire head. You have the oral insert or the earplugs. Then you have the super oral protector, the canal cap, just blocking the canal. And then you have the circumoral or the earmuff. So sometimes you have to combine like the earmuff with the plugs. And there's a formula to determine what each contributes if you are using them together. And we won't delve into it. Right, so the hearing conservation program, the OSHA action level is 85. Because their permissible limit is 90, they are saying once you get to 85, they begin to put the program, while the ACIGH or the NIOSH, which has a 85 limit value, they are saying that their action level is 80. Once you get to 80, you put the program in place. So the program would be noise monitoring just to make sure you monitor noise exposure to see that person are not too exposed and not overexposed. Then you want to do audiometric testing as necessary and keep a record of the test. You communicate the risk to the person and whatever corrective action is necessary is taken. There still, of course, is the whole issue of recreational non-occupational noise exposure. There'll always be that. The persons probably sometimes are exposed to more noise than they are in the occupation. Now, the Canadian Standard Hearing Loss Program would stress hazard identification and exposure monitoring, control measures using the hierarchy of control. So you can eliminate, you substitute, you engineer, you administer, and you protect. Hearing protection devices, selection and use and maintenance, audiometric testing, hazard communication, the whole education training, record keeping, and continuous monitoring and improvement in the program review. And of course, OSHA program, similar monitoring of the employee noise exposure, institution of engineering, work practice, admin control for excessive noise, the provision of each overexposed employee with an individually fitted hearing protector with adequate noise reduction rating, and the employee training and education regarding noise hazard and protection measures, and of course baseline and annual audiometry. So you check them when they are coming into the work to go into that noise source, and each year they would be checked to see if there's any significant threshold shift. And a procedure for preventing further occupational hearing loss by an employee whether such an event wherever such an event has been identified. Right. So these are some of the references you would look to for noise. Right. But yeah, try to understand it how you do the calculation. They're not too difficult. And we looked at um a few things. You don't have to stress a lot about the active band lies. I think the specific type of measurements or measuring devices and so on. Of course, the whole hearing loss and so on, you might be interested in understanding some of those sensory, neural, and so on. Right, so we could take a little break here now, and then we pick up with the radiation in what, 15 minutes? Or you don't want such a long time? What's the agreed time we're going to break for? Hello? Hello, in you to 10 to 15 minutes, okay?
I
Yes,
think
sir.
that's fine, Dr. Sabaton. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have been sagging it, and we have radiation to go. So let's call it 10 to 15. It's sometime near back to 7. All right. Take a breather. Okay, so we're going to pick up now with radiation, looking at the principles, the uses, the quantities, the effect and regulation. I put this in now. We should just focus on noise, but with our act being passed in 2015, and there's also a regulatory authority. It's important that we put some focus on radiation as well. So, radiation, what is it? It's the emission or transmission of energy in the form of waves or particles through space or through a material medium. And this would include electromagnetic radiation, such as radio waves, visible light, gamma rays, um, and then particle radiation, alpha, beta, neutron radiation, and of course, acoustic radiation, sound, ultrasound, seismic waves. So we'll probably just look at electronic and electromagnetic and particle. Right. So continuing, it can be described by the effect it has on matter. It is typically divided in that sense into two types: the ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. And of course, ionizing radiation is that type that has enough energy to extract electrons from an atom in a process known as ionization. And the non-ionizing radiation is the type of radiation that has enough energy to excite electrons, but not enough to cause ionization. So if we look at this spectrum, we can see up to the left with non-ionizing radiation power lines. Yeah, they are giving off radiation, especially those high ones. Radio and phones and phone towers, microwave, infrared, visible light. and then now ionizing the beam to get to ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma rays. It has more energy. You can see the wavelength shortening. So let's look a little bit at radioactive decay, also known as radioactivity, which we have all met once we went into chemistry, and some stage we would have discussed it. So it's the process by which the nucleus of a radionuclide, an unstable atom, loses energy by radiation. And this decay process results in one radionuclide, the parent, producing at least one new nuclide, the daughter. And the type of decay would include alpha decay, beta decay, gamma decay, and neutron emission. And with the exception of gamma decay, the decay is what we call a nuclear transmutation. The result in the daughter having a different number of proton or neutron or both. And a change in the number of proton result in creation of a different chemical element. So alpha decay is the emission of an alpha particle. It's typically a helium nucleus because it's having two proton and two neutron with a proton number 2 and an atomic mass number of 4. So you can get a beta minus decay, which is the emission of an electron from the nucleus of a radioactive atom. Neutron is converted to a proton. The electron is lost. And different element because the proton number will change. The beta plus decay emits a positron. So it's like with a positive electron, if that is possible. Positive particle, a proton is converted to a neutron. Again, it's going to be a different element because the proton number is changing. And the gamma decay is the emission of photons from an excited daughter nuclide. Some of these daughter that are formed not so stable, which would result from the alpha or beta decay. They now will give off a photon, gamma decay. And a neutron decay is the emission of neutron, and it results in this thing not showing isotopes are the same element. Right, so let's look at it now in this diagram form, see if we can understand it a little bit clearer. Right, so alpha decay coming up first, where we have a parent nuclide, the daughter nuclide, and the alpha particle or helium nucleus. The ionizing power here is very, very high, but the penetrating power is low. And an example of this would be uranium 238 going to thorium 234 plus the helium nuclei. Right, so it's losing two proton there. All right, so we can have what we call now the beta minus decay when a neutron here becomes a proton and give off a beta particle. And the ionizing power is moderate, the penetrating power is moderate, and something like radon 228 to actinium 228, but you move the proton from 88 to 89. Let's go to the positron before we look at gamma. Just in line with what we spoke over leaf, where you get a positive particle now where a proton is converted to a neutron. So you get a positive particle. It has a moderate ionizing power, moderate penetrating power. And an example would be phosphorus with 15 proton going down to silicon, 14 proton. Right. So all of those are resulting in different elements. All of the data are different elements. And now one of them, for example, thorium, in terms of the gamma decay, could become the excited nuclide could become stable by giving off a photon. The ionizing power is low, but the penetrating power is high. And there's no change in the element, it just become more stable, give off giving off a photon. And the last one, which is the neutron, beryllium-13, for example, going to beryllium-12, where it loses a neutron. But basically, what you have now is a isotope of beryllium. Because your proton number is still remaining. All right, so radioactivity is measured in SI unit becquerel. 1 becquerel is defined as 1 decay or disintegration per second. And there's also an older unit used to measure activity, which is the Curie. I would have Mariam per Curie. Is equal to 3.7 times 10 to the 10 becquerel. Right, so that's the older unit, and the newer one is the SI. Right, so activity is equal to lambda n, where A is equal to lambda n, where A is the activity of a sample, and the lambda is the decay constant, and n is the number of atoms in a sample. And half-life now is the time it taken for half the amount of atoms or the activity to be reduced by half. And it is calculated by this equation where T half is equal to 0.639 upon the decay constant for that particular substance. So each of them substance will have their own decay constant. And this is just a half-life graph looking at the fraction remaining on the y-axis and the number of half-lives. So first half-life, half is remaining. Second half-life, a quarter is remaining. Third half-life, 1/8 is remaining. 1/16, 1/32, and so on. Now, these are some radionuclide and the typical half-life. Phosphorus 32, half-life of 14.3 days. Iridium 192, 74 days. Cobalt 60, 5.2 years. Cesium 137, 30 years. Carbon 14, 5,760 years. So a carbon dating can be used to tell important things. And uranium, the king, uranium 238, 4.5 times 10 to 9 years. So in power generation, that's quite handy. So NT equal N0, natural log E, the minus lambda T, where NT is the number of atoms at time T, N0 is the initial number of atoms at time 0. And this equation is the law of radioactivity. You can express it back in terms of activity. Remember, I say activity equal lambda n. So lambda n time t, lambda n 0 e to the minus alpha t. Or A times t is equal to activity at time 0 e to the minus lambda t, where A is the activity at time t, 0 is the initial activity at time 0. Now look at the half-life method. Where nt equal n0 half to the n, where this n is the number of half-life that have elapsed, and n is equal to the total time upon the half time. I could do an example of a half-life calculation using this method. For sample has a half-life of 10 days, how much remains after 30 days? You want to try it? All right. So looking at it on the half-life method, the number of half-life n, as we say, is number of days upon the half-life. So it's 30 days upon the half-life for the thing, which is 10. So it will have gone 3 half-lives. So the amount remaining, as we can see from the graph, the first half-life divided by 2 is half would be remaining, half of the original, half of n naught. The second half-life, a quarter of it, the third half-life, 1/8 of it. So the result would be 12.5% or 1.25 to multiply whatever the original sample was. Now, the uses of ionizing radiation. It provides many benefits to society. It's dangerous, but it provides a lot of benefits. It is used in medicine, it's used in industrial activities, agriculture, security, military, research, and education. And the continued use of radiation requires effort to provide confidence that it can be used safely and securely. Right, so the benefits of ionizing radiation must outweigh its detriment. Now let's look at the medical uses of ionizing radiation. Primary use radiology, radiotherapy, and in nuclear medicine. We know that radiology now is a discipline that would use medical imaging to diagnose and also treat diseases in the body of animals and humans. And some of the techniques would be plain X-ray radiography, mammography, fluoroscopy, the CT, angiography, and so on. We know that sometimes they use contrasting agent in order to be able to diagnose. So a plain X-ray unit, left there standing, 9, the CT unit, C-arm unit, mammography unit, and so on. And I believe we're probably making use of all these. I think the C-arm is based on the whole X-ray technology. And there are some effects to talk about. We'll probably talk about later. OSHA regulates radiation, and we'll see let us a glimpse of what they say about it. So radiotherapy would use ionizing radiance as a high energy photon or particles to treat patients with cancer and also sometimes non-malignant condition. And it's an effective way to treat many cancers in almost any part of the body nowadays. And more people are opting for radiation. Well, the dose required to kill certain number of cells in tumor is much less than the dose required to kill the same number of cells in normal tissue. That's a principle which is being used. And here we see the linear accelerator, cobalt-60 therapy, brachytherapy, remote afterloader. So the cobalt system, like a gamma knife, would deliver radiation beams through some circular pinholes, that sort of thing. Um, and again, the brachytherapy is a form of radiation, where some sealed radiation source is placed inside or next to the tissue you want to get at. I know some of you would be familiar, but I mean, the class is mixed. Right, so nuclear medicine. is the diagnosis and the therapy with radiopharmaceuticals. And the most radiopharmaceutical used in the nuclear medicine procedure can be detected externally using some specific detector. So the gamma cameras, the positron emission, the PET scanner. I talked about positron a while ago, that positive alpha. Beta. The camera work in conjunction with computers to form images that provide data and information about the organ or the area of the body being imaged. And for therapeutic procedure, the objective is to administer, prescribe, absorb dose to a target tissue to obtain desired effect, such as to reduce size of a tumor. So the PET CT unit, the gamma camera, technetium-99 generator, iodine capsules, and these are some scans using these various technologies. So the gamma camera, PET scan, fluoroscopic image, and the old CT scan that is often used. All right, so we can look at the industrial uses of radiation as well. And the industrial uses now would surround mostly non-destructive testing, using it to see what is happening with material density, and so on. And that's widely applicable. Where I think we're actually developing a lab. So soon in the forest for NDT. This is done in order to locate defects or degradation in material that may lead to failure of engineering structures. So, bridges and pipes and so on. Other uses would include to test thickness or the density of the material, oil and gas exploration. So on, we see them around our place now trying to explore. I think they have sent away samples now, where the minister say there shouldn't be any rumor within the next 3 months when the test results will come back. And let's hope they are positive results. Or environmentalists and some others might hope they are negative results. But sterilization, blood and food and milk and screening of baggage every time we pass through these airports and other places, some of these couriers and would have to parcels and food. Very dependent on this kind of technology. So a key tool in non-destructive testing. So it would be used in the inspection of wells, like on tanks and so on, pipe work, storage tank, casting, valve and component engine, bridges. And as I have another a story, which with a tank, it's a big tank. I can't remember how many gallons it was, but out I think in the Langville Park area, the thing just reeled out. And the good thing was that it didn't drown the lady in the house below. I've washed through everything, including all of the furniture. Just reeled right out. Something which was supposed to have been there for a long time. So this is where you make these tests to see whether these things are failing. Valve and engine component bridges have to go from time to time and check. Bridges have been there for years. X-ray or gamma rays are passed through a sample and an investigation, and the emerging beam is recorded traditionally on photographic film. Right, so the real-time radiography is widely used in video recording technique and image enhancing. So these are some of the industrial machines. So this would be the gamma radiography machine here to the left, then the industrial X-ray. This will be a screening machine, passing things through pipeline crawler. This can actually go inside to do the detection. Industrial irradiators, so these are machines that expose products to gamma radiation to kill the germs and insect or for other purpose. So food is used here, food containers, spices, fruits, plants, medical supplies. Those products are mostly irradiated. And the process does not leave radioactive residue or cause the product to become radioactive. Although it might feel so, but yeah, it doesn't really happen. The radiation can become more can come from radioactive seal sources, X-ray tube, or an electron beam. So some examples of industrial irradiators, some self-contained gamma irradiator here to the left. This is a blood one. I would show something like this would be at the blood bank. And this is a facility for irradiation. Now, for nuclear density, densitometry, which you use this technique to check density within some of these complicated plants. So it uses the radioactive sources to identify the thickness, density, or makeup of a wide variety of materials or surfaces. So it uses nuclear gauge, radiation, emit the particle, and sensor counts the received particle. These would either be reflected by the test material or pass through it, and therefore can calculate the percentage and return to the center. And the gauge can be calibrated, measure density. So if you look at this, this would be a nuclear gauge, portable one in the field, and this would be a fixed gauge. Now, well logging. This is where now the technique is used. The technique is used to log, what's going on in a well. So they have this instrument known as a sonde, which is passed into the well and then it's pulled back up. Actually, I've seen the hydrogeologists use this technique. So as it passes the formation on its way up to the wellbore, it senses and measure the electrical, radioactive, and acoustic properties of the rock. Measuring and recording these properties provide a good deal of information about the rocks. But I've seen it used in wells that are active. So expert analyze the resulting recording in the log. But well logging is performing borehole drill for oil and gas. Now, groundwater is where I've seen it used. Mineral and geothermal exploration, as well as part of the environmental and geotechnical studies. So I did watch them doing it at our Beverly's well, and it's set up like this. This is the equipment taking the measure, and if you can read this, this is the record. Now, other uses of ionizing radiation have been nuclear power plants, research reactors. I think there's one at UIT, Slowpoke, radioactive tracers, archaeology, and also in space exploration. And these are the typical radionuclides in use. The cobalt-60, cancer treatment, used for nuclear gauges and food irradiation. Cesium-137, cancer treatment and gauge. Americium-241, smoke detectors, see in the offices, and that can be used for measuring thickness as well. Iodine, thyroid cancer, technetium-99, nuclear medicine, radium, lightning rods, plutonium, power, spacecraft, phosphorus, biological research, uranium, nuclear power fuel, very efficient there. And iridium would be in non-destructive testing and in radiotherapy. Now, the harmful effects of radiation. The biological effects. So we know the cell is the principal target for ionizing radiation damage. And the ionizing radiation can cause break in the DNA strand. And you get some base substituted one for another, or rearrangement of the bases, you get mutation. And this can happen either by direct interaction with the DNA molecule or formation of free radicals within the cell. All right, so damage to the DNA on the chromosome can lead to cancer induction, through malignant transformation. You can get also non-malignant mutation or cell death if the damage occur during replication. The strand may separate and damage, and therefore can no longer replicate or repair because it is no longer linked to an undamaged strand. So in diagram, it will look like this. So the ionizing radiation can cause direct damage to the chromosome and therefore cell death result. Or it could be an indirect damage where free radicals are formed and essentially they end up now doing the same thing and the cell death results. So the exposure routes, look at inhalation. Now the chief concern, how the contaminated dust, smoke or gaseous radionuclides such as radon. Those things can be inhaled, and the radioactive particle can lodge in the lungs and remain for a long time, where it can continue to decay. So the exposure continues because it's in there and the decaying is continuing. And for those that decay slowly, the exposure continues over a long, long time. So inhalation is of most concern for radionuclides that are alpha or beta particle emitters. So that's where the concern would be for inhalation. And these particles can transfer a large amount of energy surrounding tissue, damaging the DNA or the other cellular material. In terms of ingestion, the alpha and beta emitting radionuclide, again, are most concerned for ingesting the radioactive material. They release the large amount of energy directly to the tissue and the DNA cell death, cell damage. So ingested radionuclide can expose the entire digestive system. Some can be absorbed and expose the kidney and other organs and all the way to the bone. So those radionuclides that are eliminated by the body fairly quickly are of more limited concern, and they have a short biological half-life. No exposure routes in terms of external, no, not. So there's limited concern, not the digestion or ingestion, external skin. There's a limited concern about alpha particles because they cannot penetrate the outer layer of the skin. But if there's an open wound, the person might be at risk, that they can manage. Now, the greater concern with external would be beta particle, and those can burn the skin in some cases, and they can damage the eyes. And of course, the greatest concern is the gamma radiation. Gamma rays can travel long distance and penetrate entirely through the body. And they can, and they can be slowed by shielding, and they can be stopped if the material is thick enough. It's like X-ray would shield. right? So continuing with external exposure routes. Now, neutrons are high-speed nuclear particles that have an exceptional ability to penetrate other material, and they can make material that they interact with radioactive. This process, known as neutron activation, and because their exceptional ability to penetrate other material, they can travel great distance in air, and they require very thick hydrogen-containing material, that's concrete or water. So I don't know if it's these that would be at UA. I know water would be the medium in which they use to block. No, fortunately, however, neutron radiation primarily occur inside a nuclear reactor. Yeah, so I suppose it would be them because it's a basic reactor where many feet of water provide effective shielding. No, this idea of what you call deterministic effect versus stochastic effect. No, ionizing radiation exposure may lead to deterministic effect or the stochastic effect, as we mentioned. So deterministic effect has a severity which varies with the dose for which a threshold is believed to exist. So there might be a threshold, a level below which there is no problem, and the effect could vary with the dose. So example would be like radiation-induced cataract, acute radiation sickness, which is really deadly. For people exposing towards nuclear meltdown, and um, you're really heading into trouble with acute radiation sickness. Infertility, effects in the embryo or the fetus, right? So that's a deterministic effect. It has a threshold about which there'll be no problem, and it varies with the dose. Now the stochastic effect is that which occur by chance. It's generally occurring without a threshold level or a dose. But they're saying that the probability is proportional to the dose, but the severity is independent of the dose. Right. So the thing happening will be proportional to the amount you're exposed to, but the severity of it has nothing to do with the dose. Once you're exposed basically. So in the context of radiation protection, the main stochastic effect are those past cancer and genetic effects. So radiation protection, the key principle of radiation protection, first one, justification. There should be no unnecessary use of radiation. Right? No unnecessary use is permitted, which means the advantage must outweigh the disadvantage. Once the radiation is to be used, if somebody is to be exposed to X-ray, there must be some advantage why the person is being exposed. If there's no need, the exposure shouldn't happen. The dose limitation, everyone must be protected against the risks that are too great through the application of individual dose limits. So even the persons, especially working within these radiation, there should be a dose limit, and they should be measuring off the dose. Not that they just come to work daily for a year and take any amount of dosage. It has to be a limit, and it is regulated and it's measured. Optimization, the likelihood of incurring exposure, the number of people exposed, and the magnitude of the individual doses should be kept to as low as reasonable achievable. As the Alara principle, considering the whole economic and societal factors. How to keep the doses to as low as reasonable achievable. Time is important, so the radiation doses are directly proportional to time spent in the field. So if you want to keep the time people spend near a source as short as possible. And we know that's the principle. So bam, they are exposed, gone, done. The same thing for a person doing it. The distance, the radiation dose depend on the closeness to the source. And the distance has a greater influence than time on dose. It is much more important. So the radiation doses received from a point source is inversely proportional to the square of the distance of separation. Right, so it's 1 upon the distance square. The greater the distance, the smaller the dose. It can be written as intensity proportional to 1 upon the distance square. So if a person is 5 meter and they remove to 10, you would have reduced the thing by 4 times because of the square quantity. So the distance is extremely important. It's similar with noise. Oh, shielding, the source of radiation can be shielded with solid or liquid material which absorbs the energy of the radiation. If the shield is thick enough, radiation will use up its energy before it gets through the shield. So common shielding material would be steel, iron, concrete, lead. You would use lead like with X-ray and so on, soil. Dosimetric quantities and the detection instruments, some of which I've seen. So the radiation terms and unit, they absorb those. So dose quantity, which is the measure of the energy deposited in matter by the ionizing radiation per unit mass, joule per kilogram. Or the SI unit is the gray. Molar unit is the rad, which is 1 gray is 1,000 rad. Then the equivalent dose is derived from the physical quantity, the absorbed dose, but also take into account the biological effectiveness of the radiation, which is dependent on the type of energy. And the sievert is the SI unit here. And the effective dose, which is might be more interested in medicine, it is the tissue-weighted sum of the equivalent doses in all the specified tissue and organ in the human body. And sievert is the measure. Our exposure is a measure of the ionization of air due to ionizing radiation from photon, that is gamma rays and X-rays. It is defined as the electric charge freed by such radiation, a specified volume of air by the mass of that air. And the SI unit is the coulomb, and the rotogen is the whole unit. Now, OSHA limits of ionizing radiation is like this. So the whole body, the head and trunk, active blood forming, organs, eyes, gonads, 1.25 rem per calendar quarter. For the hands and the forearm, the feet and the ankles, it would be 18.75 rem per calendar quarter. And for the skin of the whole body, 7.5 rem per calendar quarter. So this is OSHA's guide for persons being exposed, especially workers, because talking about occupational exposure for ionizing radiation. At least this gives you an idea. What we say about the REM, what we said was the measure. No, that's a different measure. All right, so the radiation detection equipment that can be used to detect the radiation. A variety of detectors, readout devices for monitoring and measuring. Non-universally applicable, selection appropriate for the type of measurement and the matter of importance. Monitoring involves routine or special measure of radiation field in the vicinity of the radiation sources. So you can go out just to find maybe if there is some source, some place, especially if you suspect, you can use the equipment to go out to check. Measurement of surface contamination, measurement of airborne radioactivity, whole radon, matter, and so on. Such monitoring procedure are sometimes called radiation surveys. Yeah, so you go out and inspect and check. Now, film badges, the film badge worn on the outer clothing is an example of a personal radiation monitor for gamma rays and high energy beta. And I'll show you what it looks like over leaf. Consists of a small piece of radiographic film. Right, so I won't go through that, but just to tell you that the film badge is worn more for gamma and high energy beta. Now the thermoluminescent detector, the TLD, is used for radiation exposure monitoring for X-ray again and beta. And those dosimeters can be worn by the person. I'm going to show you them as the body badge or finger rings. Right, so I'm about to describe them, what they look like, but more what they can do, what they're used for. And the pocket dosimeter, it's a direct reading portable unit shaped like a pen with a pocket clip, and generally used again for X-ray and gamma radiation. Also, it may respond to beta radiation. Right, so you can read the description of them, but this is what they look like. So this is the film badge that we mentioned first. This is the TLD, and this is the pocket dosimeter. I've seen all of them. You know, I remember we have an authority here now. Also, this one, the ion chamber, is this the simplest of all the gas field detectors. It's an electric field used to collect all the ionizing positive and negative charge particles produced by incident radiation in the gas volume. And the current is directly related to the radiation intensity. So they look like this. I've also seen these, the ion chamber survey meters, because we have them here now in the HRSA, which we'll talk a little about, which came into being in 2017. And the Gregor Muller counter is used for beta, gamma, and X-ray radiation survey measurements because it's capable of detecting very small amount of radiation and it's sensitive to beta radiation. And again, it's used an ionization chamber, but it's filled with special gas at a greater voltage between its electrode. Right, so they look like this. One with the pancake probe here, and this is a pocket gem. Now, radiation detection equipment continues. So other detectors type will include the scintillating radiation devices, detectors, the proportional detectors, the semiconductor, and the neutron detectors. All right, so basically that's an overview of radiation. Just brushing over a little bit about radioactivity, the uses in medicine, in industry, in agriculture, and we talk a little bit about the dose limit for OSHA, absorbed dose, and effective dose, and so on, and some of the instrument that can detect and measure. Right, so I want to talk a little bit now to finish off with the international system of radiation protection and the whole regulatory framework, which those of you in medicine and dentistry will have to interact with. So the role of the international organization in radiation protection. So there's the IAEA, and their main function is to encourage and assist research, development, and the practical application of atomic energy for special use throughout the world. So they would have been instrumental in helping Jamaica to craft its legislation and to put the monitoring and protection body, the HRSA, what is it? ESSR, in place. We'll see it as we come along. So another main function is to establish or adopt in consultation and where appropriate in consultation with the competent organs of the United Nations, right, with specialized agency concerned with the standard of safety for protection of health and minimizing danger to life and property, including the standard for labor condition. So you have the International Commission on Radiological Protection, ICRP, and they are an advisory body providing recommendation and guidance on radiation protection. Basically, they are an independent registered charity, not for profit, in the UK. And they have a small scientific area in Canada as well. So they work help to prevent cancer, other diseases, and the effect associated with exposure to ionizing radiation, really to protect the environment. The next one would be the International Commission on Radiation Units and Measure. Right, so they are trying to develop internationally acceptable recommendation regarding like quantities and units of radiation and radioactivity, procedures suitable for measurement and application of these quantities in diagnostic, radiology, radiation therapy, radiation biology, industrial operation, and the physical data needed in the application of these procedures used to extend to assure uniformity in reporting. So those are the main body. So the need for a regulatory framework here. So for decades, Jamaica has been using radiation sources without a comprehensive regulatory framework to apply and enforce the international standard and the best practices. Right. So over several accidents and major security incidents had occurred globally, as we know. We know about Chernobyl in the 80s. This caused the international community to take a more stringent stance on the radiation protection. Japan was in 2011, no, 2011 was it? No, that was later. But there have been quite a few. Countries were now required to have adequate legislation for the management of radiation sources and nuclear material before they were permitted to purchase radiation sources. So if we wanted to buy all of these X-rays and all of these new imaging technology and so on, we have to get on board with the with with the whole regulatory environment. So due to Jamaica's need to import radiation sources for medical and other uses, the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act 215 came into being. So it was enacted in 215. And so it's an act to make provision for the regulation of activities, practice, apparatuses, and facilities involving ionizing radiation and nuclear technology for the protection of people, property, and the environment from harmful effects of ionizing radiation for connected matters. So it applies to possession. This is what the act says. Acquisition, production, manufacture, processing, transfer, development, handling, use, holding, storage, transport, import, export, or disposal of natural and artificial radioactive material, nuclear material, ionizing radiation apparatus and devices emitting ionizing radiation. It applies to all activities and practices involving the peaceful use, nuclear technology, and ionizing radiation. Applies to construction and operation of nuclear and radiation facilities. And it applies to device and equipment necessary for the functioning of facilities. The objective of the act is to protect people and the environment from exposure to ionizing radiation to the maximum extent that is reasonably practicable without limiting the beneficial uses, and to secure radioactive sources from misuse that may result in harm to people or the environment, to promote radiation protection principles, achieve and maintain a high level of safety and security and allow for beneficial and peaceful use of nuclear technology. Now, the Hazardous Substance Resource Authority, the one which I've been struggling to call the HSRA. I don't know why I always try to call it HRSA. The HSRA was established in September 2017 following the enactment of the Act in 2015. And it mandates the Act mandates the HRSA with the following responsibility to regulate activities, practice, facilities using ionizing radiation sources and nuclear technology, to implement licensing regime in relation to the authorization of person, activities, practices, and facilities, to inspect and monitor and assess activities, practices, and facilities to ensure compliance with the Act, and to take enforcement action in the event of a threat or where there is non-compliance of the Act, associated regulation, or the terms of the authorization, and to establish standards for the protection of workers, the public, and the environment from potential adverse effects of ionizing radiation. Right, so that is it. So I just want to say special thanks. So that's my son, Michael, formerly of the HRSA, for coming up with most of these slides. All right, so we could stop here. We have questions, comments?
It's a lot to remember, so definitely work on it.
Sorry? Yeah, I'm going to send the slides. Once I'm finished here, I'm going to send them up immediately so that you can get a bit right. So physical hazard and noise and radiation, as you see, they can be a little bit more complicated. We really just try and do the essential for you to understand the whole principal application of them. And at the same time, we examine them, we just keep it to the bare minimum, the same. Gets into too much complication, right? And there's the occupational health program. So we'd have done quite a bit today. Um, I believe, I don't believe I have any more lectures now. We have to do the visits, we have to do the panel, we have to do the coursework, and we have to do the exam. So there's still a bit ahead of us. But I'm glad we're out, and I think Dr. Scarlett should soon be finished as well. So you'll have time to um, go over and simplify these. Nothing like when you run through them yourselves and do that. All right, so we'll stop. So we'll next meet on, when will we meet? Next Wednesday. We'll meet next Wednesday at Mona. And hopefully that tour should be really, really eye-opener for public health students. All right. No questions now.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead to prepare the material to send it off to you. All right. Thanks again, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Take care, Dr. Sapita. Take care, everybody.
Yes, okay.
All
All right.
good
Bye-bye.
night, everyone.
All right.